No.
All right, before we start, I would like to test and see if we have Mr. Tab on. She blocked.
Call her.
This is Jane. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am, we were just getting ready to call you. Thank you for joining.
All right, I'll be on mute here for a while.
All right, thank you. All right, good evening and welcome to the Jefferson County Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, August 17th, 2023. We would like to start off tonight with prayer.
I'd like to introduce Pastor Daniel Ortiz. He is from Renton and he pastors at Frederick.
You'll stand. We'll begin with a word of prayer tonight. Heavenly Father, we come before you. Thank you, Lord, for your many blessings. Thank you for allowing us to wake up today in a free country. Thank you for the state we live in, Jefferson County. We pray that you bless in tonight's meeting. And Lord, as decisions are needed to be made or comments to be made, I pray that everything that is said and done tonight would be done in a productive manner and for the betterment of our county. And Lord, once again, we thank you just allowing us to have the liberties in our country. Lord, we need you as a country and as a people. Lord, as I think of our founding fathers and all that they said and back in history, Lord, and the founding of our nation, how much they submitted their will to yours. I pray that just we as a people would have a similar mindset, Lord, that we would subject ourselves as a nation to you. And Lord, we're thankful for the opportunity to make a difference in our state and in our county. We pray for those that serve in a public servant's capacity. We just pray for them to have wisdom, pray for guidance, direction, and I thank you for their willingness to serve in that capacity. I pray that we tonight, that everything that is said and done would be in a productive way that would be ultimately pleasing and honoring, glorifying to you. We pray and ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
If everyone could remain standing. But
To the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, first order of business tonight is the appointment of the Charlestown District Commissioner. I know we received 3 names from the Jefferson County Republican Executive Committee. And I would, if they're here tonight, if they want to get up before they want to come forward and introduce themselves, please do. We give them 2 minutes apiece.
2,
3. No, 2 for these guys. 3 for you. 3 for you. All right. So I see Mr. Pasha in the crowd. You want to come up, sir?
Steve, if you don't mind, I have something to say.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. I do have a statement to make regarding this process this evening. The Jefferson County Republican Executive Committee have failed to provide the Jefferson County Commission with the names of 3 legally qualified persons as required under West Virginia Code 310.7. One of the candidates listed is not legally qualified under West Virginia Code 6110.15a. This process cannot continue until the Republican Executive Committee provides the commission with 3 eligible candidates. Thank you.
That certainly is news to me. They qualify. They don't qualify.
Absolutely. So the West Virginia Code 310.7 states thus: the county commission shall appoint a candidate from the list to fill the vacancy. First thing I must say is I was not notified, until the agenda packet. That was just poor communication, I believe. West Virginia Code 6110.15a. It is unlawful for any member of a county commission to be or become pecuniarily interested, pardon, that's upward of an else, financially interested, directly or indirectly, in the proceeds of any contract or service or in the furnishing of any supplies in the contract for or the awarding of letting of a contract, if as a member, he or she may have any voice, influence, or control. And because one of our candidates is the director of a department that receives funds from the county, not vote, that person is not qualified.
David, do you have any?
If the pecuniary interest is typically a personal interest, not a governmental interest. But second, even if it is a governmental interest, I think the issue could be cured if the person removed himself from that Republican Party. I don't know which person she's referring to, but it's,
So,
I mean, I don't really have enough facts to make a great judgment on that at this point. If it's my judgment to make, I think it's close. But usually a pecuniary interest is something that enriches one's.
well, the opinion that I received from the ethics office confirms my question.
I haven't seen it.
So specifically, I've received the same opinion from the Ethics Commission. It came to light while we were at the Concerned Solvers Conference when the Ethics Commission presented. Specifically, 6110-15 prohibits a candidate from serving as county commissioner when the candidate works for a nonprofit or a community event. In this case, I believe the conflict is with Mr. Lowry, to which the county makes significant contributions. That's the conflict. It would prohibit him, according to this opinion, from serving in that capacity to hold political.
Well, of course, no one provided me with copies. But again, I think it could be cured.
Mr. Chair, could you ask council to speak up when?
Yes, I'm saying, I was not provided with a copy of this ethics opinion that apparently was recently received. However, I think that if there is an ethical conflict, that it could be cured simply by the person resigning from the other entity, because then there wouldn't,
Right. The issue is the Republican Executive Committee were to have provided us with 3 legally qualified persons, and they did not do that. That did not happen. That person is still the director of the Jefferson County Community Ministries. He's not legally qualified to be listed as a candidate. And we cannot vote.
The legal qualifications, of my understanding, was they had to revoke it 30 days prior to the resignation. That is the main.
Yes. Well, there's more to it than that, and I did get the ethics opinion from Ms. Weber. I have a copy of her email to me in my bag, and I'm happy to share that, but this is the case. Unfortunately, we cannot vote. The Republican Executive Committee would have to come back to the county commission with 3 legally qualified.
yeah, and they would be legally qualified if the person chose to resign.
Not
And
tonight, though.
I've not seen this ethics opinion that would have been extremely happy to provide a copy of it. But nonetheless, I haven't seen it, and I would look at it before I gave you my final opinion. But again, it would cure the problem if there's a problem. If the person chose to resign from the other entity. And I think they would be legally qualified if they make the choice.
No, they would not be
any
legally
concept of-
qualified this evening.
Well, if they resign right now.
No, because the Jefferson County Republican Executive Committee or to have provided us with 3 names at that time that were legally qualified, and we do not have 3 names at that time qualified, and I will not participate in the vote. So,
And they would be legally qualified if they chose.
Not
to
tonight.
resign.
no, sir, not tonight, they would not.
Well,
Well,
I'm sorry.
it's,
You're operating as the attorney for the commission tonight.
Yes.
I'll just defer.
I will defer to council on this. And I do believe if they would resign or recuse themselves from any vote that they are financially tied to, certain.
You have the opinion
Not be a problem.
that this is, the opinions are regarding a county commissioner not being employed by a convention visitors bureau and a few others with respect to nonprofit. I'm happy to share this with you, Nathan, if you'd like, but I'm stating for the last time that I will not be voting on an illegal candidate selection this evening.
And, you know, it would have been truly awesome to have been made that opinion at this point, before tonight.
Yes.
But on the other hand, those opinions, there's lots of nuances, and I would look at it before I would, agree with your interpretation.
It would have been awesome if the Republican Executive Committee had provided us with 3 legally qualified candidates. So I'm finished discussing this. I will not be voting on this evening.
I'm gonna go with the recommendation from our legal counsel. So I do believe that, like you said, if they would resign or accuse themselves, then it wouldn't be any legal issues or.
So that's
Yeah,
it.
I
Thank
can't,
you.
I can't give you a definitive opinion until I review that sequence.
I think Ms. Grouse is making the point that we can't proceed with these proceedings tonight, potential violation,
That's right.
and I concur with that.
I'm sorry. If the Republican Executive Committee would like to come back to us with 3 legally qualified candidates, we have to consider that.
I think if both of these commissioners refuse to proceed, you have to support. So.
That for you withdraw from the budget.
I'm going to leave the meeting if we proceed with this. It's against, potentially against code.
But it'd been nice to know this, other than when we started the meeting. So,
Could you all speak up, please? We're not hearing you well.
sorry,
We need a microphone. I'd like to hear this so I can know the record.
sorry. It'd be nice to know all this prior to the meeting. And if you could give any of your opinions to our legal counsel, Nathan Cochran, it'd be great. And you all want to call a special meeting next week and schedule that next week to discuss this then further. Maybe next Thursday morning, or Wednesday at 9:30.
I'm not going to schedule anything yet. We need to come back from the REC with the.
If playing devil's advocate here, you could always write for a different opinion, asking if, this person would step down if they still. It's almost like taking a job off, right? So you don't want to quit your old job until you know.
But I think what you're missing is that this person was supposed to be qualified before they were considered. That's the difference here. And that person is not. And this is not personal, this is strictly business.
And that's fair. I'm just saying that playing devil's advocate, if you would like to see the auditor's opinion on the second half of that, we can do that as well.
Well, the room would be on Republican Executive Committee to seek that opinion. They presented.
You got beat, don't you?
It would be on the Republican Executive Committee to seek that opinion for the 3 names that they presented, not on the commission to seek those names, seek that opinion. They were tasked when the commission failed to appoint someone with providing 3 qualified names. And now there's an issue, so it would be on the Republican Executive Committee
I would need to see this ethics opinion, but it seems to me like that there's a difference between having a conflict of interest and being legally qualified. The statute 310(7) provides really two items for legal qualification. One, that they're a person of the same political party, and two, they must have been a member of that political party for at least 60 days prior. That's for an appointment. Now, for an election, you also have to reside in the district. But that's my concern about this. I fear that the commissioner, I'm not accusing her of bad intent, but I think that there may be a confusion about the difference between a conflict of interest and a legal qualification. Because there are many times when a commissioner has an issue that disqualifies them from a particular matter. And that is an ethical conflict.
So upon getting an opinion from the ethics department, the ethics commission, that is what I was.
It is an opinion that I haven't seen.
That's fine. It would have been great if I had been made aware before we were away on our trip with the names of these three candidates. I didn't get any official notification until I saw the agenda packet while I was in the race. So working with the ethics commission in a bit of a hurry with questions about Mr. Lowry's, suitability for this position. That's what I got. I got an email that confirms my question, and that is what it's.
And again, I haven't seen that.
Yep.
But I have some concerns that it's dealing with the conflict of interest. Well,
I understand your concerns, and I do believe that I'm correct. Well, I'm sorry, Nathan, I think we have to.
You proceed it before.
I'm willing to proceed if I'm calling this vote before not proceeding.
All right, then we'll move on to agenda item 2, public hearing.
I think it's important that the Republican Executive Committee come back to us with really qualified people.
Agenda item number 2, public hearing regarding the proposed approval of the tax increment financial application. This district is designed Jefferson County Redevelopment District number 1, Hilltop Hotel, TIF district, and the adoption of the project plan for the property TIF district to be designated as project plan number 1, and submission of TIF application to the West Virginia Department of Economic Development. To consider the proposed resolution regarding the approval of the TIF application submission and TIF application with the Department of Development.
I didn't really hear you all.
You haven't heard the word. You haven't heard the word. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just reading. I'm sorry. I'm just reading the agenda item. Sorry. To consider the act upon the proposed resolution regarding the approval of TIF application submission and the TIF application of West Virginia Department of Economic Development approval and other items in connection thereof. I will ask the applicant to come forward and give a brief presentation of the TIF, and then we'll open up for the public hearing. But if the applicant wants to come forward to make his presentation first, so there.
Good evening, commissioners. Commissioner Tab, can you hear me? No, she's on mute.
Yes, I can.
Okay, very good. My name's John Brown, attorney to the law firm of Stepstone & Johnson. Here this evening representing the Hilltop House, Swan investors, the owner of the current property where the Hilltop House sat, and the developer of the proposed Hilltop House Hotel. I have with me this evening Laurel Zemansky, Brett Stewart, who are both with the Hilltop House with Swan, which I'll just refer to the developer Swan, if that's okay. both with the developer and actively involved in the development of the project. Purpose of our presentation this evening is to provide an application. We're going to go over the application for the creation of the real property TIF district at Hilltop House. Now, this is a decision that is before the county. The process for the creation of the TIF district involves multiple steps, and at each step, the county commission, until the final step, is not committing itself to any future requirement. So we had the first step at the prior meeting where we asked for the hearing to occur and the application to be considered for filing with the West Virginia Department of Economic Development. Today is the public hearing, as Commissioner Stolifer mentioned, and is also, you have a resolution before you authorizing the application to be submitted to the West Virginia Department of Economic Development. Provided that the county commission approves the submission of the application either today or the subsequent meeting, application will be submitted to the West Virginia DED. They have 60 days to approve or deny the application after submittal. Following their approval, provided that occurs, we would then come back to the county commission for the entry of an order creating the TIF district. So of the actions and let me say, that order does not in and of itself issue any bonds. Okay? No debt obligations that are issued as a result of that order creating the TIF district. That would require further action by the county commission to do that. So this is a multi-step process for the creation of the TIF district. This is simply the second three steps that would have to be undertaken, which again, at any point, this is entirely up to the commission as to whether they wish to proceed. One point I'd like to make that is important to remember throughout this presentation and consideration of this proposal is there is under the statute, in order to create a TIF district, something called the but-for test. And basically what that test says is that the project would not occur but for the use of TIF funds. TIF money is meant to be gap financing. It's not intended to be the sole financing for a project. So what we're going to discuss with you this evening is the fact that yes, indeed, this project needs the real property TIF as well as the Economic Opportunity Development District in order to be built. That's fundamentally the point that I'm making. So many of the questions which I think are going to occur may assume that this project will happen no matter what. I am told by the owners of Swan that is not the case. Incentives that are being requested are necessary for the project. Indeed, the State Development Office, when it provided the county commission with the letter agreeing to the creation of the sales tax TIF, the EODD, said at the same time that one of the prerequisites to creation of the district of the EODD was the approval of a real property TIF by the county commission. So
I'm sorry, ma'am. You'll have your time to speak after public comment. Thank you. Sorry, good procedure.
So the letter that's a requirement of the county commission, or excuse me, of the West Virginia Department of Economic Development. I believe that was in the packet for tonight's meeting. So with that, I'm going to turn this over to Laurel Zemansky so that she can go through an overview of the project.
Thank you. Thank you, Commission. When I put my thumb up, I'll need to change. Thanks. Okay. So we've done some value engineering over the past year, and I just want to give you an overall of where the project is, what it looks like. This is the rendering, which basically is a duplicate or very close duplicate of the 1914 Hilltop House Hotel in its day, its grandeur. So many of you have seen this. It's got the historic turret on the corner, steep roofs, porches. It looks very much like what used to stand there. This is our master site plan. As you see towards the top of the plan is the main hotel building. We have pulled that back a little bit from the cliff. The cliff is towards the top of the page. And there's also 7 historic armory houses, which you can see labeled around the development here, as well as a lodge, historic lodge building. And in the middle of that is a parking garage, surface plus 1 level tiered. And around this is where the public infrastructure that we're requesting TIF funds for occurs. So if you look within the red dotted line, that is basically the envelope of where the public infrastructure will be built. This will be for public use. We have the ways, we have the parking, we have the sidewalks, which provide connectivity, ADA connectivity from Washington Street all the way up to the historic overlook. We are building 2 public overlooks that will have 24/7 access once built. And this is the area of our main concern for, what we need support from the TIF monies this evening. This is the front view of the hotel looking from East Ridge Street. Thank you. So the main entrance is in the middle. To the right will be the food and beverage, and to the left will be the spa. This is the rear elevation. If you were looking over from Maryland, this is the back of the hotel. And this is the main floor plan. So the lobby entrance being on the bottom center, you will walk into the hotel, be drawn into the incredible views with large windows. To the right is our food and beverage. We have a bar that seats 20. We have a restaurant that seats 123. Below that, in the turret, we will have a historic library area. And then over to the left side will be our spa. We have 8 treatment rooms and, different support amenities for that. So I'll hand it over to Brett Stewart. He's our financial partner, and he's going to explain the economic benefits of this project. So Brett.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you for having us, and again for the time. Good to see those of you that I've met in the past. As Laurel mentioned, I am the one on the SWAN team that's coordinating the financing efforts and working to get this project to a place where we can get it built. And I've been on the project and close to it for several years now. I'm just going to touch on a couple of items before we get into the economic summary. I'm going to touch on just a background on the project financing and how this fits into the overall piece. As John mentioned to begin with, it is very important to understand that this is certainly an if not but for the property tax TIF funding, we won't be able to build this project, and we will have to walk away at this point after so long. We have explored funding sources far and wide. We've had lengthy conversations with national players. We've talked to folks regionally and even locally here about other sources. We just don't have any other route at this point to move forward without the TIF funds. Stepping into the last several years, the COVID-19 pandemic certainly set us back considerably. Not only did that lead to delays, but it also led to dramatic increases in construction costs across the board. We saw those rise, and as Laurel mentioned, we have been working very diligently for the past couple of years trying to bring down those costs and have spent significant money bringing on folks to help us do that. But the reality is, the high construction costs are here to stay. And so we're in a different environment now than we were many years ago when we first started putting pen to paper. Coming out of the pandemic, as I think most everybody knows now, we've been hit with some other challenges, primarily the record high interest rates that we're facing, which ticked even higher today. We are also facing heightened macroeconomic uncertainty, primarily related to what the effect of the high interest rate environment will mean for the economy, but also ongoing geopolitical uncertainty here in the United States and abroad, which have just made things more challenging. What that means for the project is that, and for financing, is that the groups who typically provide sources of financing for projects like these, and debt financing particularly, they've all shifted to a risk-off stance. And essentially, our other avenues have dried up. They're just not participating in the capital markets right now. And that is something I want to point out that's true for all types of development projects, not just hotel and hospitality. It's happening in the office, retail, and other sectors of real estate. And it's also happening in all geographies, small and large cities. In fact, we're seeing projects in our greater region here that are now being wound down and canceled because the financing is not there to make the projects feasible. So what that means, again, to reiterate this point, is that without the TIF funds, we won't be able to pull all the pieces together. So we certainly appreciate you understanding the urgency and the need to support this program and get the hotel built, which will we certainly believe will have long-lasting economic benefits for the residents of Jefferson County that should start with construction and that will continue on for many decades to come. But before I do that and get into the economic piece, I did want to highlight just some key facts on the project financing and sources of financing itself. As you may have seen, we are currently looking at a total project budget of approximately $150 million. Of that, we expect approximately 45 to 50 million of that to be equity and equity investment, which is a considerable private investment. And as many of you know and we've discussed, a very significant portion of that has been invested to date, despite us still needing to clear many hurdles to get the project done. Of the remaining approximate $100 million, we expect that to come from a combined package of incentives and construction debt financing. The $30 million mentioned in the application is simply a not to exceed cap on this TIF funding that is required for our application. We don't expect the amount to be close to that. The exact amount of bonds that are issued will be determined further down the line, as John mentioned, once we have better clarity on what the future assessed value of the project will be and on what the financing markets, the private financing markets, will bear. And it is important to understand that those bonds that are issued will not have any recourse to the county. So again, those are sort of the key pieces as we think about how we go from today to getting the project built. But without this, we aren't able to get all of the other sources of capital to the table. And so we won't be able to make this happen, which means, the TIF, the taxes that are being contemplated won't actually exist. And just what do those economic benefits look like? And we've called out a handful here that I'd like to go into in more detail so that we can focus on them. But before I do that, I want to point out that these estimates have been supported by reviews by Ernst & Young, who has provided an economic impact study, as well as the hotel operator who would be responsible for the jobs themselves. The first is the annual job creation. Once the hotel is open, we estimate at this time there'll be over 115 permanent jobs that are created, with the average wages and benefits over $55,000 yearly. Based on the last checks I've done, that's well over a third higher than the current per capita income in the county. So we believe these are good jobs to be had. That is equal to over 6 million per year in aggregate. And importantly, over the lifetime of this TIF, this is over $175 million in jobs and benefits that would be here in the county for folks living here. Moving further along to impacts once the hotel is up and running, the hotel will pay a hotel and motel occupancy tax as well as municipal sales tax to Harpers Ferry. That will also stay here in the county. And based on our latest estimates, that's over 1.2 million annually. Looking into the construction period, which with this program and with if we are able to get all the other pieces to the table, that should, we should be able to start construction toward the end of the year. There will be 200 construction jobs that are created with hourly wages over $30 per hour. And there will be an additional business and occupation tax paid to the town of Harpers Ferry of approximately $2 million during that period. So when you look at this in its entirety, I think we can agree that the benefits to the county are extraordinary. When put into context with the fact that we're talking about tax revenues that don't exist today and that won't exist without the hotel getting built, we believe this program is certainly in the best interest of the county, and we greatly appreciate your consideration and ask for your support in helping bring these jobs and tax revenues to Jefferson. With that, I'll turn it over to John to highlight just the mechanics of the TIF program itself.
You use a thumbs up.
Yeah,
Thumbs up.
he's got it from here.
So at the last meeting, where we were with the commission, I think it was Commissioner Tabb specifically asked for a brief overview of tax increment financing as part of the public hearing so that the members of the public who aren't familiar with the process or maybe have questions about it have some additional background. So tax increment financing is a national tool related to economic development. West Virginia was either the 46th or 47th state to actually adopt a statute permitting tax increment financing. It was done in 2002. There was a constitutional amendment in 2001 to allow for TIFs. And then in 2002, the legislature passed the West Virginia Code 711B, which is the TIF Act. It's been amended several times since its creation, but it's still the act today and contains all the parameters held in state law relative to TIF districts. The purpose of a TIF district is really to capture projected increases in property tax revenue created by new development and use that increased property tax to pay project costs. So basically, you're taking taxes created by a new development, redirecting those taxes to be used for costs associated with the project, either in the TIF district or for the benefit of the TIF district. Entities which are authorized to create TIF districts include county commissions, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3 municipalities. So this will demonstrate why I am not a graphic artist. This is an example of how TIF works. So in year one, let's just use a green piece of property that's worth $100. You go in and you build a new development on that piece of property and the property becomes worth $1,000. So that is the tax on that incremental increase in value from $100 to $1,000. That tax is what is redirected. The $100, which is the original value, is called the base assessed value. That's established as of July 1 in a given year. In this instance, it would be, if a TIF district is created for the project, it'll be July 1 of 2022. Then the tax that you can see there, again, the construction occurs in the new development. The assessed value gradually goes up over time, generally, not always, but most of the time it's reassessed at a higher rate. And again, the tax on the incremental increase in property value, the real property tax, is the increment that is redirected for use within the TIF district for the benefit of the TIF district. So there's the verbiage explaining what the tax increment is. And again, it's that difference between the base assessed value, the $100, and the $1,000 that is the development within the TIF district. And let me say, when we talk about taxes, we're talking about real property taxes, which include the taxes by the state current, which is 1%, the school current, the municipal current, and the county commission current. It does not include bond levies, which would include the school bond levy, and does not include any excess levies. So it doesn't include the school excess levy. Those taxes are still collected and distributed to the bondholders in the case of the bonds, and to the Board of Education in the case of the excess levy. So those taxes are not included. What is a TIF district? What is a TIF district? The TIF district is an area that is designated by the entity creating the district. In this case, it would be the county commission. It has to be a contiguous geographic area, can be within a municipality, can include one or more counties or municipalities. In this case, the TIF district is limited to the area that is the hotel project, which includes the Armory houses and the area which Laurel showed during her section. It does not include any properties that are owned by anyone other than the developer. So the TIF district does not include any businesses or residences within Harpers Ferry that are not presently owned by Swan. So the tax increment financing fund, how the process works as a practical matter is the dollars are collected from the incremental dollars, I should say, are collected by the sheriff's office just as they would be normally. And rather than being distributed to the levying bodies, those monies, go into a fund that can be used for a couple of different purposes. It can be used either to repay bonds, which would be issued by the county commission, or can be used on a pay-as-you-go basis. So as they're collected, they're paid out. Now, let me clarify a couple things that have come up. The bonds, any bonds that are issued are payable solely from one source, and that is from the tax increment that is collected from the TIF district. The county commission by state law has no obligation on those bonds. It does not impact the general revenue fund. It doesn't impact any dollars of the county commission. It is purely payable from the TIF bond. So in many ways, it's like a utility bond where when you all had JCPSD, if they issued water revenue bonds, their bonds were payable. Those bonds were payable solely from water revenues. It's called an enterprise fund or a special fund. In this case, the bonds are payable solely from the dollars which are collected and deposited in the tax increment financing fund, which are only those taxes which are paid on the incremental value of the development. As another note, the base assessed value, the $100 we talked about, okay, the taxes that are paid on that $100, which is what's being paid today on whatever the value of the property is that Swan has, the taxes being paid on that will continue to be paid, and those taxes will be distributed to the levying bodies just like they are today. So those taxes are not impacted in any way, shape, or form. They continue to flow to the county's general fund, Board of Education, municipality, and state. So how do we establish, the base assessed value? This has been done. It's determined by the county assessor, and basically it's the value of all real and personal property within a district, excluding personal motor vehicles. So the base assessed value for the property is determined based upon what the assessed values are if this TIF district is created this calendar year as of July 1, 2022. And then the increment is established by the assessor, again, certifies the new value, the $1,000 or whatever it ends up being, each subsequent year. And thus the dollars that go into the TIF fund are based on that new certification of assessed value. So the regular levies, as I said before, and the base assessed value are not impacted. And again, very importantly, excess levies and bond levies are not deposited in the TIF fund and instead go to the Board of Education or to make the payments on the bonds. So the tax increment, the incremental taxes on the $900, and again, it's on the appraised value. Excuse me, the assessed value of the $900, not the appraised value, just like you would pay normal taxes. It's also important to note that the creation of a TIF district does not in and of itself raise taxes. It's the same tax rate as every other business pays. And it's the same tax rate that the property owner would pay if the TIF district weren't created. So as we said earlier, projects can be funded through multiple methods, either as a pay-as-you-go, which would mean funds would be requisitioned each year and paid out on an annual basis, which makes it very difficult to fund large projects, or there can be bonds which are issued by the county commission, again, secured solely by a pledge of the TIF fund. County revenues cannot be used to pay principal and interest on those bonds. State law limitation, bottom line. And indeed, the bonds are required to state that on the front page. And the maturity of the bonds cannot exceed either the expiration date of the district or 30 years. TIF districts can be created for a maximum of 30 years. What are the benefits of a TIF district? It captures the tax increases for a local project. It's a locally controlled incentive program. It's not something that's mandated that comes from on high. It is a locally controlled program. The permitted uses of the funds are broad. However, in this case, the use of the funds is public infrastructure, the roads, some water and sewer, primarily parking, which will all be open to the public, as was illustrated in the diagram that Laurel showed earlier. As I said previously, the purpose of TIF funding is to provide gap financing. You could not finance this entire project with TIF. There's simply not enough tax revenue that would be generated. There's a very real limitation there. Then you have, it is locally controlled. The county commission controls the TIF district. Funds for the development of the project would be requisitioned through the county commission. So there is a high level of transparency. This isn't a situation where you're giving a tax break to a business and you don't know where those monies are spent. This is very different. There's a high level of transparency here for the county commission. Finally, you do have public policy protections that are built into this. You have the but-for test, which I talked about at the outset. But for the TIF, this project will not occur. It's that simple. You have competitive bidding is required of construction contracts. You must comply with the West Virginia Jobs Act. You have public hearing and notice requirements, as we're doing here today. West Virginia Development Office approval and documents and information are subject to FOIA, with only the FOIA limitations with respect to trade secrets. These are the procedural requirements or the process we go through in creating a TIF district. We've already talked about this. This is the point at which we have the public hearing on the potential creation of the district. And this continues, again, provided that the county commission, if the county commission chooses to approve the submission of the application to the development office, that will be submitted. They have a 60-day approval. And then if so long as the development office does approve it, we'd have then present an order. An ordinance is for a municipality. We would present an order to the county commission asking for the creation of the district and authorization of the project. That order, again, is separate and apart from any order requesting the issuance of any bonds. That's subject to a separate approval process. Project requirements, as I said previously, this is what you can pay for with TIF. The statute's very broad. Again, we're focused on infrastructure, public infrastructure. The project is to be located within the district, though it can also be for the benefit of the district and be located outside the district. In our case, we're looking solely at improvements that are within the district. The district must be directly benefited by the project. Clearly here, we're building a hotel on property that where there was a building that had to be torn down. Project would not be possible but for TIF. We've talked about the but for test. The development office does review the applications, and while there are no regulations related to tax increment financing, there are general rules that they've adopted, or policies, I should say, limiting the use of TIF funds to public infrastructure, site work, rehabilitation of dilapidated structures. For example, they probably would have allowed payment of the cost of demolition of the old hotel, but that's not something that Swan's asking for. And other types of capital improvements are considered on a case-by-case basis. So what are the ongoing responsibilities of the county if a TIF is created? Again, as I said previously, there's a lot of transparency here. The county commission would approve requisitions for the expenditure of TIF funds or the proceeds of the bonds. Tax increment has to be collected and allocated properly, just like all taxes have to be. That's handled by the sheriff's office. If there are excess monies in the TIF fund, so in other words, if the TIF is generating, let's say $100,000 a year, and the principal and interest on the bond is $80,000 a year, you would have excess revenues in the fund. County commission would determine how those revenues are utilized. Generally, those revenues are utilized to prepay the bonds, so they're paid off earlier. That's for the benefit of everyone involved. And maybe I'll remember the rest. Good. We have to, an annual report has to be filed each year with the West Virginia Department of Economic Development, which Swan would prepare and present to the county commission for their approval. That's a public document available for the public to review. There is a requirement for a publication annually related to the TIF district and a public hearing every 5 years. Again, Swan would coordinate with the county on that. And finally, if the bonds are sold on a public basis, then there are continuing disclosure obligations. That's not going to be the case in this situation, almost certainly. So there's a strong likelihood, excuse me, here that the bonds will be, if bonds issued, will be purchased by the developer. So in other words, Swan would purchase the debt and take all of the risk associated with the development. That has some advantages. It may reduce the interest rate. The bonds, it allows for immediate financing, even with the questions regarding a new project or a project being constructed. You have construction risk. You have the fact that it doesn't have a track record. Generally reduces some of the security requirements. You may get less restrictive covenants. And again, the developer is taking all the risk and has every incentive to make sure that the project is delivered on time and on budget. And there's, okay, you can turn it off. I would like to address some questions which were presented to me by Commissioner Tabb, and I think other commissioners received. Hopefully these questions have been addressed during the process of the presentation there. One of the questions is how much of the yearly county general operating budget will be used to pay off the bonds until the TIF district generates enough revenue to make payments on the bond debt. Well, as I said earlier, that's not possible. You can't use county general revenue, general funds to make payments on TIF bond. TIF bond is payable solely from the TIF, the incremental taxes that are generated in the district. So the answer there is none. What county budget items will the funds be diverted from to service the bond debt? Again, that's none, because you can't use dollars of the county to pay the debt service on the bonds. When will the TIF district begin to generate revenues for the county and begin to pay on the bonds? TIF district will begin to pay on the bonds once the incremental value is assessed as of July 1 following the start of construction. In this case, it would likely be if we started construction late this year, early next year, there would be some increment as of July 1, 2024. And those dollars would start to be collected in September of 2025 because we pay our taxes in arrears. How long will the TIF district be in effect? The request we've presented is for a TIF district of 30 years. However, we do anticipate, we would ask that the excess money be used to prepay the bonds. So the hope here is that the bond issue would pay off more quickly than 30 years. Whether that happens or not is going to be heavily dependent upon the interest rate market. As Brett said, and we all know, interest rates have gone through the roof. And it's impacted every area of our economy, and it's certainly impacted construction projects. So we don't know exactly how long. We can't tell you right now whether it'll be less than 30 years, but that would be the goal. Will the movement of funds be transparent to the public? As I said earlier, yes. The requisitions will run through the county commission. There's the annual report that's prepared. It'll show up in the county's audit, though it is not listed as a debt of the county in the audit. So yes, the answer is the funds, to me, that is transparency. It's also subject to FOIA. Somebody wants to FOIA information on it. Was an independent analysis performed by the county to show that that Swan needs the TIF district finance incentives, excuse me. That is, does the project pass the but-for test? In this case, well, in every case I've done a TIF district, the but-for test is a policy decision by the county commission. I've never seen a financial analysis prepared evaluating it. As I've said and Brett has said, if the incentives, and it includes the EODD because the development office has tied the two together, if the two incentives are not available to Swan, the project is not going to occur. This is 120 rooms approximately with a cost of $150 million. I'm not a hotelier. I'm not even a CPA, but that's a lot of money to be covered by 120 rooms. Let's see, who approves the expenditures of the TIF district revenue? That's the county commission. To whom does the TIF district revenues in excess of the bond repayment belong? Those are controlled by the county commission. That's what I talked about earlier, where any excess revenues that are in the TIF fund are determined by the county commission what that use will be. Again, we generally see that used to prepay the bonds so that the current term of the bonds goes down. If the project falls before this is important. If the project fails before the bonds are repaid, who is legally responsible to pay the bonds, the developer or the county taxpayer? Is this stated in the legal agreement? It's stated in state law. The county has no obligation on these bonds. So if the project fails and bonds have been issued to fund the project, county commission has no obligation, and indeed, I don't think could legally make payments on the bonds if it wanted to. Finally, there's a question, has an independent legal counsel for the county commission review the TIF agreement and obligations? That is someone other than the developer's legal counsel, other than me, basically. Generally, how we handle these is we would recommend that if the application is approved by the county commission and it's approved by the development office, at that point, we would recommend that the county obtain separate legal counsel. No actions have been taken that are final as of now. And if it weren't approved by you all or the development office, there wouldn't be any reason to incur that additional expense. But yes, the county commission will have separate legal counsel to review any documents and certainly to represent it during any bond issue. So that's the me see, capital stack, I think that we did talk about this, that the equity, you did hit on that. The equity is going to be about 50 grand. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Well, we'll open up the public comment.
Thank you.
Yep. We'll start off the top of the list. There's a list in the back. People signed up earlier. Each person that signed up will have 3 minutes. If you can state your name and your address when you come forward and take a seat, we would appreciate it. First on the list is Wayne Bishop.
Good evening, and thank you for holding this hearing. My name is Wayne Bishop. I'm the former mayor of Harpers Ferry, West Virginia. I'm a retired commercial construction executive, and I'm a resident of Harpers Ferry, 597 East Ridge Street. Currently in Harpers Ferry, I'm a police commissioner. I've been assigned to the water department and to the Parks and Rec. So thank you again. Let me get right to my point. I oppose the TIF bond financing proposal for the following 5 reasons. Former Hilltop House land and its some 20 or so houses and lots in the town of Harpers Ferry are owned by a private equity corporation, registered as Swan Hilltop House Hotel LLC. They are not developers. It says in the newspaper they're developers, and I've heard that word many times tonight. They are not developers. Okay, they're not a developer. They're not a charity. They're not a public infrastructure builder. They're a profit maximizing corporation asking for $30 million in a handout. This makes absolutely no sense to me. $30 million. The handout's in the form of tax increment financing. TIFs help corporations like Swan avoid paying their fair share of taxes. West Virginia is not a wealthy state, ladies and gentlemen. It is not a wealthy state. When tax revenues disappear, we have less money for a lot of things. Human services, hospitals, first responders, firefighters, education, teachers, teen pregnancy, child care, foster care, small businesses, small disadvantaged minority businesses. Why should private equity get special privileges? What happens if they sell or it doesn't work out? Surely they're not going to give the money back. Ladies and gentlemen, this handout is risky business for our community. Swan admits in their filings they might use the TIF money for design plans, permitting fees, equipment, legal fees. This would be music to the ears of their legal counsel who are here tonight representing the private equity firm. The government handout will also be used to renovate houses that they bought in Harpers Ferry. Surely the owners of professional sports teams in the Washington, D.C. area can afford to do this project without your help. As a former mayor, I can attest to this private equity firm costing the town of Harpers Ferry a whole lot of money. I mean, tens and tens and tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't have anything to show for it. Since 2008, I've estimated we paid some, well, I don't know, probably over $100,000 for this private firm's project for our own land use attorneys, planners, engineers, architects, facilitators, staff hours, meetings of government officials, preparing documents, phones, and computers. So is that my time is up? Okay, I just would urge you, do not, you're going to pile up a whole bunch of debt if you support this. I thank you very much for your time. Again, thanks.
Next is Philip, and your handwriting's a little. Yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I see you last time.
Dr. Shopper, Dr. Philip Shopper. I'm a former professor at the George Washington University. And please forgive my appearance, my attire tonight. I hadn't planned on this. I retired from the university in 2015, moved to Florida, where my wife and I are residents of Key Largo, Florida. The Keys get a little brutal in the summer for a number of reasons. We have 5 acres on the Shenandoah. about at the corner of Mission Road North and 115. We drive our Winnebago up here several times during the year. And we have 5 acres. I have a driveway. I have a 30-gallon a minute well. I have electricity. We park our Winnebago on the lawn and spend quite a bit of time there. What I don't have is an address. If I want to call an ambulance, I don't have an address for the ambulance. If I want to call the sheriff, what address do I give him? If I want to order air conditioning filters for my Winnebago air conditioners, I don't have an address for them to mail them to. Now, the truth is, I have an address. Nobody knows what it is. Why won't the GIS office give the United States Post Office an address for me?
This is public comment.
I should also mention, I'm almost totally deaf. So I have a hard time hearing any, I'm just asking the question. I would like to have an address. The staff in the GIS office, who are very capable, very nice people, they say the county commission has to give them permission to give me an address. Please give me an address. Thank you.
Christian.
Christian Petrikonis. Greetings, Jefferson County Commissioners. I'm Christian Petrikonis. My wife, Lynn, in the audience with me we've been residents and business owners in Harpers Ferry, West Virginia for the past 6.5 years. And we live at 900 Fillmore Street. I'm addressing the agenda item revolving around the issue of TIF obligations. I've served as the Harpers Ferry Town Council member for the past 4 years and was the chair of the Budget and Finance Committee. And in my first term of office, I was directly engaged with negotiating the Harpers Ferry Street use agreement with the Swan Group, who owned the Hilltop House Hotel. We had 17 meetings with 42 hours of negotiations. This was the critical Harpers Ferry Swan agreement that allowed the project to proceed. And if you're not aware, Harpers Ferry is the #1 tourist destination in West Virginia. Tourism has been our primary industry as far back as the 1870s. Our visitors generate about 85% of our town's income revenue directly and indirectly. The top 5 income streams in 2023 fiscal year in order are sales tax, parking fees, business and occupation tax, rents and concessions, and hotel motel tax. Notice that property taxes are not in the top 5. Several years ago, Swan introduced the TIF concept to the town council. I felt at the time that this was a reasonable trade-off to help build infrastructure related to the Hilltop Hotel, especially considering the significant offset from the sales tax, business and occupation tax, and the hotel motel tax. Sorry. In addition, the hotel would be our top customer for our town water, as we own a water plant. For more than a century, the Hilltop Hotel was the cornerstone of the tourism industry in Harpers Ferry. The new hotel will once again grow our tax bases and help all existing businesses to thrive even more, including our own bed and breakfast. The jobs created and directly and indirectly in Jefferson County during the construction and after the hotel opens will be impactful for the county. And it makes good sense in the overall tax revenues for Harpers Ferry and Jefferson County if you would pass this TIF obligation so that it assists the Hilltop House Hotel to thrive for decades more. This speech was written by me and not by AI.
Gary, you get.
Good evening. I'm Carrie Gautier. I live in Harpers Ferry.
I live on the street that the Hilltop is proposed to be built on. I have businesses in the town of Harpers Ferry. And I, for one, am asking you to support this because I see this as an opportunity for Jefferson County to move in a very forward direction that's positive with tourism. We, for months, have heard about a heavy industry, well, years really, people are very upset about the heavy industry. We have an opportunity for a business partner to come in here and take us in a direction that is environmentally sound, develops tourism, meets our goals. These people have been villainized in just the last few minutes by the former mayor who discussed character. I think it's important for you guys to know that these people have done amazing things in Loudoun County. They have set up heart stations, built buildings. They donate money all the time. They're the exact kind of partner we want. We would be nuts to turn away from them. You guys have a tool that will help them bring this to us here. It will give us a stage. The world can see how beautiful Harpers Ferry is. A lot of us already know it, but they're going to help us protect it. They're good business people. They wouldn't be where they are if they made stupid decisions. Let them help us like they've helped Loudoun County. So I ask you to really use this tool to help us.
Next speaker, Scott Faulkner.
Good evening. I'm Scott Faulkner. I live on Bolivar Heights and been part of the Harpers Ferry area since 1987. There are several issues you need to consider before giving up to $30 million to a private equity company. First, this will be the only hotel to ever receive government subsidy from this commission. You're creating a very dangerous precedent. Government should not pick winners and losers in the private sector. What prevents existing or future hotels from demanding the same thing, from demanding subsidies from Jefferson County taxpayers? Second, you're ignoring a lot of facts. When Swan first arrived in Harpers Ferry, they promised to shower riches on the community. Instead, Swan has been given waivers from the taxes and fees they promised to pay. Swan has also been given federal grants and is now asking for $30 million from county taxpayers. During the last 15 years, Swan has not provided $1 in proffers to this town. Not even $1, not even supporting pumpkin rolls and things. They've done $1 to this town. Another fact, the justification for the $30 million and all the other waivers and subsidies is that Swan is the savior of Harpers Ferry. Somehow Harpers Ferry will become a ghost town without this oversized Swan Hotel. Since the closing of the old Hilltop House in March of 2008, Harpers Ferry has experienced a tripling of visitors. The town is packed with tourists, especially on weekends. If anyone's been down there, I mean, you can see it for yourself. Over the last 10 years, every major travel magazine, website, and rating has named Harpers Ferry the top tourist town in America. We don't need somebody coming in and telling the world about us. The world already knows about us. All of this is happening without an oversized government subsidized hotel. Third, all citizens of Jefferson County deserve to vote on whether $30 million of their money should go to a private interest that's residing in the smallest municipality in this county. Jefferson County voters have voted on smaller bond issues, including the $19 million school bond in 2016. At least school bonds benefit everyone, not a small group of private investors. This commission has one vacancy. It cannot speak for the entire population right now. Let the people speak instead. This should go to a public referendum.
Gavin Bates.
Wow. So good evening, commissioners, and thank you for your time. My name is Annette Gavin Bates, and I'm the CEO of the Jefferson County Convention and Visitors Bureau. I'm proud to promote this beautiful county and this great state. I'm here tonight to support the Hilltop House project and the request for the approval of this TIF district. I will follow up with Mr. Faulkner's comments. You're going to hear a lot of the same things about Jefferson County is uniquely placed close to one of the largest and wealthiest metropolitan areas in the country, within a day's drive of roughly 40 million people located in the Mid-Atlantic region. I believe that proximity has incredible assets in our county, and these small towns like Harpers Ferry, Bolivar, Jefferson, and Charlestown make us an ideal destination for this outdoor recreation, history, shopping, dining, and gaming. However, as the destination marketing organization for this county, the CVB's worked really hard to build up getting the highest visitor spend in the county. We've worked with all of these partners. It didn't just take us. We had partners. And again, let's talk about Hilltop House and Karen and Fred and those who represent Swan as the partners in this. Because of these assets, yeah, we've flourished as, the 2022 Dean Runyon Economic Impact Study shows we have the highest visitor spend in the entire state. 17% is just Jefferson County, overall Jefferson County. So our CVB currently now with all the partners, the Bavarian Inn who support this project, and I am representing our JCCVB board here. We know we have 3 million visitors a year minimum. That does include the racetrack, absolutely. And with that, we take and fund those strategic targeted marketing plans that we get from the hotel motel collection. We leverage those dollars with those partners, and we've seen a growth from 2013 to this year of 95% over what it was. We've doubled our hotel motel tax. Let's talk about that hotel motel tax one more time though. And I know it's been brought up in the number, and the number might be startling as it is to me. It's 1.2 million, which means quickly $600,000 will not only just go to the CVB, but $600,000 will go to the town to use for one of those expenditures outlined in the state code. It could be parks, historic landmarks, arts. These are things Karen, Fred, Schauffeld, and the Swan Group passionately support. And that goes back to community. These are funds, don't forget, the visitors. These are funds coming from the visitors that we are marketing to. The lodging partners collect it and they turn it over to the county and state. So I'm just going to say one more time, please support this. It's a huge tourism project, and tourism is everything to this county right now.
Next, we have Marlene Cunningham.
Good evening. I'm Marilee Cunningham. My address is 432 Rivercliff Drive in Harpers Ferry. I just actually have been reading about this project in the last few days, and I strongly oppose the creation of a tax increment and financing district to benefit the Swan Hilltop House. I actually worked in DC at the Institute for Defense Analysis and as an expert in business reorganization. And I feel that this project, as someone else mentioned, this is a private enterprise. This is not public infrastructure. When the Hilltop project was first approved, whenever it was a year or two ago, a couple of years ago, it was widely described as fully financed, that the investors were all there ready to put the money in, that it was considered a big, that they were going to benefit the town building roads. They were going to do all kinds of stuff to help the town. They obviously don't have financing, didn't have the financing, and should not have even been approved in the first place if they hadn't shown that they did. The citizens of Jefferson County should not be funding any part of this project and sharing the risk for the benefit of the investors. As someone said previously, there is a lot of risk, and $30 million is a lot of money. In addition, Swan should be required to pay their fair share of taxes, as all of us already do, to fund the activities that benefit the citizens of the county overall, not to fund a private enterprise like the hotel. A side thing is the hotel is 3 times bigger than it was, so I don't know why they have that picture. It certainly wasn't that big. West Virginia is one of the least successful states in the country, always close to the bottom of all other states in education, healthcare, and every other public service. If bonds are available, they should service the basic needs of the county residents, not a group of rich investors who will certainly not be sharing their profits with those who desperately need help here. In fact, I doubt if about 10% of the town citizens can afford to stay in the hotel. And also another point is this $55,000 average is very misleading. Obviously, everybody who's running this hotel is not making $55,000. It's probably more like some people making several $100,000 and the rest making $15 an hour. Finally, I've lived in many places where this type of development has taken place. The developers promise jobs, promise great outcomes from their projects to benefit the community, and in the end, they rarely deliver. So they take their reduced costs through the bond benefits to the community. They take it, but lots of profits for themselves. So use our taxes and for the local people who need it. Let the LLC go out and get more investors if they need them, or maybe build a smaller hotel, which, by the way, is very difficult to see how people will even get around from that hotel and get down a little teeny road to Harper's Ferry. It's kind of ridiculous. And when the hotel is up and running, Swan should contribute back into the community and pay fair taxes like the rest of us. Thank you.
Next is Paul Martian.
Thank you. Nice to meet you all. Nice to see you again. I've been a Park and Rec Commissioner until just recently. I'm going to speak very quickly because I want to reply to the presentation. It said it was a public project, but I think this is a private project. The proponents have painted a very pretty picture, but the words say there are no restrictions on how this money can be used. They're saying it's going to be used for very specific things. That's just words talked. There's nothing on paper. There's nothing on paper that says the final project will even resemble what they put up there tonight. This is a construction project, architects, engineers, there's phases of design, things can be radically changed. There's no guarantees. Costs are going to rise, they're going to continue to rise. Now, costs have been rising, but interest rates are actually going down and building is booming. So we were presented that this is a necessary, for financing, but interest rates are dropping, building's booming. So they need this money, they say. And the median wage, I thought was a great point. What's the median? The 55,000 is an average. The median's down here because the top is always skewed. All right, now to my written comments. Why is public financing so crucial? Some of these things have been addressed, but I'm just going to roll through this so I get on the record. By approving the TIF, the representatives are basically asserting this project would not happen. Why is such an apparently wealthy and well-connected group of investors? Why do they need our debt financing? Makes me wonder if they're really able to manage the risk attendant to a project of this magnitude. I've been involved in many construction and renovation projects, most run into cost overruns and delays. So we're going to be a partner in this venture that allows this group to leverage our financing that we're giving them. Also is going to lock us into their success. Is that going to make us more prone to give them more money if they get in trouble in the future? Are we going to be prone to look the other way if there's issues when they're constructing the building? Safety on the job, safety of the environment. There's a great deal of risk in construction. And I don't know that these folks have really demonstrated they know how to manage that risk. Construction's not even called construction anymore. It's called risk management. So I wonder why we haven't been as imaginative as this investor group in ways to improve Jefferson County that would be far more accessible to the average citizen. Would we issue 25 or 30 million in bonds for an aquatic center that attracts swim meets, a modern park facility with turf athletic fields that would attract tournaments, for public river access with ample parking that would attract even more outdoor enthusiasts, and provide a place for folks who don't own riverfront to freely access the rivers? Would we issue bonds in any amount for these or similar projects? A tip for this type of development would generate, for a public development, truly public development, would generate tax revenue and benefit regular folks who reside in Jefferson County. The Hilltop House TIF will benefit some local businesses and will generate some jobs, but it seems to me the lion's share of the benefits will be delivered to the outside investor group. Per the US Census, I earn more income than 85% of the people in my age group, yet from what I've heard, I will not be able to afford to spend the night or even dine at this exclusive destination resort. The Hilltop will become a gated community reserved for those that can afford its affluence. I'm not against the risks, or I'm not against the rewards of people who take risks and do hard work that provide that level of wealth. I just feel like the average taxpayer should not be subsidizing it. There's nowhere I stand on that. I appreciate the time, and I'm not against the project. at all. I think it's a great project. I just don't think we should be in managing and helping them with that risk. Thanks.
All right, Nicole?
Thank you all for letting me speak my mind. And that is mostly what it is today. So I just will start in case I run out of time that I plead with you not to allow another travesty of justice by an out-of-state company defrauding Jefferson County citizens who pay a high percentage of tax to help sustain our school system, depriving our county of much needed funds to maintain a healthy learning environment for our rapidly increasing student body. I will refrain from dwelling on numbers which some of the more knowledgeable presenters can offer. Instead, I want to focus on the ethical side of the issue. The success of the Hilltop House is due to the creative spirit and hard work, mostly of African Americans. The reputation that brought DC dignitaries to this region gave a boost to Harpers Ferry's economy from the multitude of visitors who frequented the hotel. And may it be added that those were both white and African American in a time of segregation. It is on that foundation that the firm will build what is likely to be a very lucrative enterprise. It was also a great benefit to students of Storer College who found good summer employment. I find this somewhat ironic, given that this proposed TIF fund deprives our students of much needed funds for improving their learning experience. We appreciate that the developers have made compromises with Harpers Ferry citizens' input. And while the hotel will promise increased income for Harpers Ferry businesses and will likely increase house values for Harpers Ferry homeowners and real estate people, and while we are aware that the firm has shown care about local African American history by financing a big mural that will adorn new hallways in the building that will include local African American history. But did they search to employ people of African origin to paint those murals? Did they reach out at least to hire assistants from local schools or West Virginia universities or other local artists of African descent to benefit from such work? Alas, no. The jobs were given to friends of the firm who live in Virginia as well and were paid for doing the research on the subject, interviewing local people to give them the details. I, for one, am glad for, oh, that was short. Okay.
And next we'll move to Christina.
As you may know, I've sent a few emails to you over the last couple of days. Some of the questions were answered by Mr. Stump earlier today. But I hope that you did read the agenda packet, both for today and for last November when they approved the Economic Opportunity Development District. Today's packet was significantly different than what the slide presentation was. It gave more, when they talked about wages, they talked about between low-skilled wages between $35,000 and $40,000. Wasn't quite when they talked about the average of $55,000. I would imagine it included the handful of high-wage jobs. I think there were maybe 8 of it at 100,000 in the packet, but most of the employees were going to be low-wage workers. The other thing was that the what the packet says is going to be used for the TIF funds, the property TIF funds, was for many different things in addition to public utilities or infrastructure. I go back to the November packet where it said that county revenue would not be used in that in the Economic Opportunity Development District when they created the excise tax TIF. So a TIF and a TIF application was created, and one can assume that after November, after the county commission approved it, that it was submitted to the Secretary Carmichael at the Department of Economic Development to approve the excise TIF. So there was nothing in tonight's packet that I could see from Secretary Carmichael requiring a property TIF. And that would be a question that I would want a hard answer to. And you can look in the packet, his letter is there. Further, I would say that the purpose of the findings and legislative purpose when under the West Virginia Tax Increment Financing Act says it's to encourage the local levying bodies to cooperate in the allocation of future tax revenue that are used to finance capital improvements and facilities. But it doesn't say that it has to be property tax. It could be the already approved sales tax that the state has designated. Thank you.
Next is Carol. Carol.
Oh, that was me wanting to read Carol's letter because she's a senior citizen and can't make it.
Okay. You can submit the letter.
I know, but if you make a decision today on it, she won't be recognized as having made a contribution.
We can put it in for us to read. Thank you. Matt Knott.
Good evening. My name is Matt Knott. I live on Baker Road in Harpers Ferry. I'm also the owner of River Riders in Harpers Ferry. The interesting thing to me so far, the people that have spoken, people that are still working age here seem to mostly be in support of this. And I think it's people that have probably already earned their income and aren't relying on working these days that are opposed to it from what I've seen. Some of these same people have spoken out against most every project that I've done over the years. What I'll say related to construction costs, I just got done doing a $3.5 million snow tubing hill at our property. Our costs were 75% over budget related to that. We had planned on doing the project in 2019. We were working on 2019, planning on doing construction in 2020, but when COVID hit, we had to put it on pause. We did the project last year, and our planned budget was $2 million, and we spent $3.5 million. We also are having the same problem with financing. Fortunately, I was able to raise equity financing through the project, but it was expected to refinance that all as debt, and that market has tightened up substantially with the interest rate increases. So I can personally understand the concerns there. Another thing, being in the tourism industry for a long time, that niche market that this hotel will provide is missing in Harpers Ferry. The closest thing we probably have to in Jefferson County would be the Bavarian. But even when I owned the Clarion Hotel in Harpers Ferry for several years, and even when we owned that hotel, I still supported this new hotel project because I think it has its own niche of customer that I bring to the area. And I still have other lodging in Harpers Ferry. And even with having that lodging, I'd still support this new venture. It does bring people to the county and benefits other businesses and residents. The additional tax generation offsets taxes that would have to be paid by the residents of Jefferson County. As they mentioned, it is creating new jobs. Some of these jobs would be in competition with the same jobs that I offer. I still supported the additional hotel motel tax, the B&O tax, I'm on the Jefferson County Convention and Visitors Bureau with a net. And I do see the impacts of the taxes that are raised by the hotels in the county, and how those go to benefit the residents of the county. In addition, the increased revenue for the school levies. Lastly, I had a staffer from Senator Capito visit our site today, look at our snow tubing hill, and they told me they were very excited to see this hotel project move forward as well. So, thank you.
Next, we have Sandra Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President and Commissioners. I appreciate the minute to talk to you. My name is Sandy Mara. I am a Bolivar Town Council member. I'm also the CEO of the Appalachian Trail Conservancy, which is headquartered in Harpers Ferry. But I'm here this evening as a Bolivar Town resident and a small business owner to speak on behalf of the Hilltop House development and creation of the TIF district. I believe the hotel represents a significant opportunity for the entire of Jefferson County, well beyond the boundaries of the small town of Harpers Ferry. It will bring about a year-round draw of tourism, and that is something that our businesses is sorely lacking right now. The shoulder season is dicey and the winter is dead for our businesses right now. It's going to offer livable wage opportunities. It might not all be at 55, but quite frankly, in this area, 35,000 is a pretty livable wage as well. All while raising the profile and desirability of this part of the Eastern Panhandle for young professionals and families to make it their home, offering small town living with quality amenities. The TIF district is a temporary draw against county and town revenue, with the long-term value the hotel will bring far outweighing the short-term impact. The town itself will not see any impact to its B&O, hotel motel, municipal sales tax revenue. In addition, our schools will benefit from the excess levies that they will not get if the hotel is not built. And I do just, we'll go off script for 1 second here and maybe offer up that maybe the gentleman from Florida is not the only one with some hearing problems here this evening. But quite frankly, the facts stated in the Hilltop presentation really just does not support some of the statements here. This increased revenue and tax that somehow is being taken away from our citizens will not exist if the hotel is not built. In the 16 years that Swan has been working to redevelop, 16 years that they have been patiently working to redevelop the hotel, they have demonstrated themselves to be an honorable and trustworthy partner with the community. They clearly are not looking to create massive development beyond this facility, and I believe that they genuinely want to see it benefit our entire area. This then means that we must as well be good partners to this business, allowing them the opportunity to realize their plans so that we can all share in its success. So I ask you to please vote yes in the creation of the tax increment financing district. Thank you.
Is there anybody else that wanted to speak tonight for the TIF district? Okay. Yeah, because we had signed up, we have 2 sheets. Mr. Tad?
David Tad, lifelong resident, taxpayer for over 60 years, and I'm only 68. That means I've had property and paid taxes on it my entire life. No one has given me any free money. I've paid my taxes, paid them on time, tried to make our place a better society. I've produced over $5 million in revenue for the employees that I've had in multiple states and multiple districts. And I have created more money for more people than I ever kept for myself. Right here, right now, I do not get paid from my company so that I have people that can keep their jobs. Where's the impact fees? Where's the funding for EMS? Can the roads handle the traffic? There should be a traffic light put in if you're going to bring in, got 150 rooms. That doesn't just bring in 150 people. It does bring 150 cars. So how are they going to move down there? There's going to be a traffic nightmare. I know. I've plowed snow down in Harper's Ferry. And until you do that, and you clench your teeth and put the outriggers down because you might go off the cliff, and it's real, you don't know what these roads are like down. So I promote business, good business. Do not put a burden on the community without getting impact fees, taxes, and stuff that I have paid all my life. And I don't need money. I help people. I help the community. I help the state. And I actually help the country. And part of my donations prove that. I purchased one of the local fire company units, refurbished it, and sent it to Montana, that is sitting there right now protecting a town that my brother lives in that is on fire. I did that 2 years ago because of things that are coming on. I have insight and structure that these things need to be done and done correctly. I was not prepared tonight to make any statement to this, but after everyone else talked, this stuff is serious. Once you pull the trigger on this, it's done. And unless you have backup, you're in trouble. Thank you for your time.
Christine.
All right, I may have signed up on the off sheet. I'm here to speak in support of the development of the Hilltop House development and developments like it in the county. I'm also here in opposition of the TIF in its current iteration and as we currently stand. The act at 711B 7F states, quote, "A county commission may not enter an order approving a development of redevelopment project plan unless the county commission expressly finds and states, excuse me, in the order that the development or redevelopment project is not reasonably expected to occur without the use of tax increment financing." This is the but-for clause. So you have to attest to this. And for me, it strains credulity that this is actually true. And in fact, in the application, I don't find any information like an affidavit, for example. Maybe I overlooked it. We only had it for a few days that states this. And so I think this is necessary before this is approved so that you can adequately add this. Moving forward, let's say that this is true. I believe that the Jefferson County Commission does need its own legal counsel to review, its own qualified legal counsel to review this agreement. I know that Mr. Sum said that that wouldn't be necessary until later, but I, as a citizen, really think that before voting on this, that you should have your own legal counsel evaluate it. For example, there are clear requirements in the act of things that must be included in the application. There's a list. Are you confident that those things are included in the application sufficiently? I would want someone to evaluate that. Also, in his 2015 testimony to the West Virginia Joint Select Committee on Tax Reform, Brian Helmick, who is an attorney who specializes in these types of agreements, explained that the bond should be 10% or less of the value of the project. The bond value, max bond value seems to be $30 million, and the maximum investment seems to be $150 million. To me, the math doesn't work out. But again, I'm not an expert. And so I would want the JCC to be advised by an expert that is only acting on their interest. I believe that also the length of the TIF
seems very long. It is the maximum length. It's 30 years. Could we do a TIF that was less long, that may have less impact over time on small business owners and other residents of the county? I know that Mr. Stump said that the excess money in the TIF would be used at the discretion of the JCC. However, he didn't say whether that will be used only in the district or could be used out of the district. 30 years is a long time to put money only toward things in that district. Thank you for accepting my comments today. I support the Hilltop House development, but ask that you get separate counsel before deliberating on it.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else who wants to speak? None. Do you have anybody on the line who wants to speak? Okay. If there are no objections, I'll close the public hearing. I would ask the applicant to come forward. Mr. Stump, for questions from the commissioner.
Point of order. And they can make assertions and then we can't contradict them.
Sorry, this is how we let our comments, both of you, sir. This is time for the commissioners to ask some questions for the applicant. I do have a question. Can you describe a little bit more about the restrictions the money can be used for? I know what you call that.
Yeah, absolutely. The question was raised, excess funds in the TIF fund, how can those funds be utilized? So as I said, typically you would see those funds utilized to pay off the bonds early. So in other words, you would prepay principal just like you would on a home mortgage, which would shorten the time period from 30 years to whatever that results in. The other thing can be done with those funds is they could be used for other projects within the TIF district or for the benefit of the TIF district. And finally, if the county commission so desired, those funds could be reallocated to the levying bodies, and the levying bodies would receive the taxes that would have been received had they been paid directly. So that's the utilization of the excess funds.
I've received a few emails from residents, and there's always some confusion what the money can be spent for. I know it's public infrastructure. Can you give us a little bit more of exactly what these funds will be used for? What's everything that describe the public infrastructure you're going to spend the funds on?
Sure. The statute is very broad in what's permitted. The county commission will, as I said earlier, control the use of the funds. Whether it's the bond issue or direct requisition of proceeds. So the county commission will see every dollar where it's spent. Now, the utilization of the funds as anticipated in the budget is for road improvements that are necessary because the roads are narrow there. It's also for certain water and sewer improvements, fiber optic cable, those sorts of underground infrastructure. Primarily, the funds are going to be used for the parking structure. Parking is at a premium in Harpers Ferry, and the parking structure is necessary in order to support the 120 rooms at the hotel.
Just so I'm clear, the money is not going to be spent on chandelier and the ball.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay. Does the commissioners have some questions?
Yeah, I'm going to ask a couple of things when we work on the funds. So I understand this TIF would not impact the excess levy or the bond of the schools, but would it not impact the other portions of the taxes paid by residents to the Board of Education through their property taxes?
Well, the Board of Education, in this situation, if you agree that but for the TIF, the project wouldn't occur, the Board of Education is certainly not losing any revenue. Because if the project isn't constructed, there won't be any taxes paid, period. And there won't be any excess taxes. So the Board of Ed, and then on the other side, you still have the school aid formula, which is something of a black box, but the school aid formula, which redistributes income around the state. And my understanding is that Jefferson County is a net payor into the school aid formula. And otherwise, you guys contribute to other counties versus receiving school aid.
So let me just try to be more specific. on my
Sure.
question. So I understand the levy and the tax, and I understand that our tax money for real property, personal property, a huge portion, which is about 80%, that outside the bond and the levy goes to Charleston and is evenly distributed throughout the state. I understand that. That tax portion would be impacted, is what I'm asking, I guess. So when we get our bills from the tax office, it's got your school board or the school board, it's got the levy, it's got the bond, and then it has county
School current.
municipal, correct. So I'm trying to understand the impact it would have outside the bond.
Sure, the school current. So the dollars that are paid into the TIF fund would not be sent to Charleston. The school system. For the school system.
Correct. Okay. But it's paid into the tip, so there's.
It's paid in the tip. Yes, it's paid in the
So there's
tip.
still a little bit of a lawsuit, what the county's collecting. Is that not correct? For Board of Education.
Due to the school aid formula, I'm not aware of any law from the Board of Ed.
All right, I'll move on. So I know you talked about two scenarios. You talked about the money being held in a fund and distributed, pay as you go, or the bond, which is in essence a loan from the county for this project. So which are you asking?
Well, because the dollars would be required up front. I mean, if you're going to build the parking garage, building a parking garage incrementally on a little bit every year is not feasible. And the hotel, so we would ask, Swan would like to have a bond issue, again, secured solely from the TIF fund. The discussion out there of issuing a $30 million bond for an aquatic center versus issuing a TIF fund bond secured by a TIF fund are two very different things. I don't personally know the county's financial situation. If the county could issue a bond that was secured by taxes payable by every citizen to build an aquatic center, great. But that's very different than a TIF fund where the TIF bonds are payable solely from the TIF revenue.
I believe. So what happens if halfway through this construction project it comes to a halt? Does the county get any of that money back
County get any of the money back?
for this tip, since you're asking for it?
Sure. Well, the dollars don't come from the county as far as the bond proceeds. Okay, the county's not loaning that money. Now, the TIF revenues would continue to go into the TIF fund for up to 30 years. I mean, so that those monies are pledged. If there was, but the folks that buy the bond, whether it's the developer or commercial bank or whoever it might be, they understand that their only recourse, the only thing they can go back on is the dollars in the TIF fund. So if the project cratered a year into construction, okay, the taxes payable on that partially completed project would continue to be paid into the TIF fund. But it wouldn't impact your all's revenues or dollars available in any way, shape, or form. And the bondholders are on the hook. I mean, the bank is on the hook there.
So you're saying this is no risk financing by the county?
Yeah, correct. It's like if
to
you
the taxpayer.
correct. Yeah, if you were financing for a hospital, okay, lots of hospitals go through counties and do financing. You would have no risk on whether or not the hospital paid those bonds. Okay, it's a very different. It's called a conduit financing, CONDUIT, and I don't want to get into the minutia, but basically, the county is not putting any of its own dollars at risk. Merely allows for the issuance of the bonds.
So I like those terms. We're not using any of our, it's not like money, it's taxpayer. So that's what I'm trying to get to the root of. We only have revenues in operating because these people pay the taxes.
Sure.
So that's what I'm trying to get to the root of, is risk for the taxpayer or what does the taxpayer get back for providing this type of incremental financing?
Well, as far as the taxpayer's risk to make principal and interest payments on the bonds, there is none. Zero. The bonds are payable again solely from the TIF fund. I know I keep reiterating that, but I want to make sure that's very clear. There's no, you can't take general revenues, general tax revenues and put them in. As far as the benefits to the taxpayers, that comes down to, I mean, that's a policy decision. And we've shown what Brett went over what the numbers are, the projections. For example, the Board of Education will receive approximately an extra $700,000 in excess levies on an annual basis. So that's a benefit to the taxpayers. Now, it doesn't lower their taxes, certainly.
No, but that's at the completion.
Yeah, after completion of construction. Yes, every year after completion of construction, the excess levies are approximately, and we can get you the exact numbers, but and this is based upon, assumptions relative to what the property be assessed at, but are about $700,000 a year.
So I understand Commissioner Tab asked the question of county operating, and I understand that we can't come from our general budget or operating expenses. However, it will be a reduction in our revenue because we're redirecting tax dollars. Correct?
You will not receive approximately 25% of the tax revenue that you would have received if the project were built without TIF. I think that's what you're asking. So if the project were built without TIF, of every dollar that were paid, that was paid by Swan, approximately, your percentage of that as the county is about 25%. So you would get, again, project built without TIF, you would receive that 25 cents on the dollar.
I think that's all the questions I have.
I do. I have a question.
Sure.
And thank you for your time. I do appreciate it. I did hear from one of our constituents that some time ago, and forgive me, I'm new, I don't know when this came up, that a waiver was issued from Harper's Ferry for possible damages during construction. Is that something that you know to be true?
No,
No?
no, Commissioner. We've never received a waiver for any of the taxes or damages. We've only supported the town. We support their Christmas funds, their old time Christmas, different events. We've been paying our B&O tax through the demolition term, which has been over $300,000 to the town. And, we're projecting $1 million a year once construction starts until operations begin. So we've never received a waiver.
Another concern had to do again with construction and blasting with respect to an underground parking structure. Is that the type of
I'll take. Yeah.
parking that you're looking at?
Well, there is a parking lot that has two levels, surface parking on one side. It's set into a hill, so it's kind of tiered. But this project has been classified as a no blasting zone, specifically because it's in a historic district. There's many historic structures. When you blast, you're required to have pre-blasting, what do they call that? Assessments on every house, and then a post-blasting assessment. It would be very, very expensive to blast in this area, as well as we are on top of a hill. We're close to residential areas. There's absolutely no blasting that's going to occur. We've redesigned our project to accommodate for the rock cropping that was found in our GPS studies. And because that's the most expensive construction that you can do is to excavate rock. So we've been environmentally sensitive, also trying to help, our budget that we're struggling with. So Blasting is not a concern. You're welcome.
It would probably be helpful if we provided the commission with a copy of the street use agreement that was negotiated with the town. That was referenced a couple of times, and we can certainly provide that to you so you can see the detail that both parties sat down and worked towards in to move the project forward. Okay, we can certainly provide that to you. Yep, absolutely.
Commissioner Shelfer, I have a few questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this is Jane Tabb with a very foggy voice. I want to understand if the project ultimately fails. It's been stated that the county has no legal obligations for the payment on the bond, but what if we've made a partial payment? I mean, you say, we have to approve each step of the way. I don't understand how that would work.
Well, Commissioner, it's John Stump. The only way you could make a partial payment, the only payment you can, well, let me start over. The only way you all can make a payment is out of the TIF fund. So there could be a situation where the project failed, the assessed value went down, there were TIF bonds outstanding, and there would be partial payments made on the TIF bond issue. But there's no way that the county commission can make a payment from any other source of revenue. There is a TIF project in the state, which was constructed, the bonds were issued right before the collapse of 2008, that has been in default. It's in Harrison County, and the County Commission of Harrison County has not put one dime of any funds other than TIF money into that project and paid those bonds. So there is precedent as to what happens, and there's the only way you could make the partial payment would be out of the TIF fund. I hope I'm answering your question.
Yes, you are, but I just find it, a legal bond has been put in place and it's not paid off for whatever reason. I'm concerned the county could be on the hook for it, one way or the other, legally or financially.
Well, I can provide Michaela with the contact information for the Harrison County administrator if you'd like, and she can talk to them about how they've handled it.
Okay. All right.
If that would be helpful.
And then my second, I just want to make a statement. I really am uncomfortable moving forward without the commission's own legal review of this document. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts. I'm generally supportive of the Hilltop House development. I actually had been in that building before it started falling apart. But I just have to be reassured that everything is correct and that, we would not be putting the county or our citizens on the hook for anything besides paying the TIF funds. I'm just very cautious. That's just me. So.
I agree with Commissioner Tabb. I still have some reservations, and I'd like us to have opportunity to review and more advisement on this before we make a decision.
No, I agree. And obviously, Mr. Stump's going to provide us with the street use agreement. So what I would like to do is we'll defer the vote on this to a future meeting. Once our legal counsel has had the opportunity to review all the legal documents, give them some time, and we'll bring back to vote on this at another time. Is there any other questions from the commissioners? Anything? All right. Thank you all for coming. We're going to take a 2-minute recess, and we'll be back. Back to this. Thank you.
You don't need us any?
No, ma'am. You're good.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, looks like Barson here. Yeah,
All right, we're ready. You ready? All right, we're gonna move on. After 2 hours, 10 minutes. All right, we're gonna start off with approval of minutes, July 2023 regular meeting. If there are no objections, they are approved. For August 3rd, 2023, a regular meeting, for the minutes, if there are no objections, they are approved. Approval accounts payable for August 10th, 2023, in the amount of $232,285.93. If there are no objections, those are accounts payable on August 17th, 2023, in the amount of $417,435.11. If there are no objections, those are approved. For manual checks for August 11th, 2023, amount of $293,817.60. If there are no objections, that is approved. For the manual checks on August 18th, 2023, the amount of $133,881.22. If there are no objections, that is approved. For payroll for August 18th, 2023, the amount of $145,793.91. If there are no objections, that is approved. Are there any announcements?
I do have a request. I would consider this as a slight emergency situation. So, and Jennifer Verdugo is here, she can add whatever I missed. But the city of Branson is working on a project with them to assist with the new homeless shelter, which is on Racetrack Street in Branson. And Branson, like us, so I can identify with this, has gone through some serious CFO changes right now, so they're kind of struggling to keep up and orient the new person. There was supposed to be a check which will be coming to JCCM in the amount of $100,000. But right now it's on hold because we're trying to orient their new finance person. So Jennifer is here and I'm in support of requesting some assistance in the amount of $25,000 just for them to be able to cover some payroll expenses. Then they can reimburse the county right back with the check that they should be getting within a week or two.
3 weeks, they said.
Just a question for me. How do we handle my sheet expenses?
Jennifer, do you want to give a little bit?
Sure, I am the social services liaison for Jefferson County. So that means that I'm working on all things homelessness and all the agencies that are offering services to the homeless. And so Jefferson County is that primary agency, as designated by the fact that they're a line item on the budget. So this is not additional money. This is money that has already been approved as a line item, and we're just taking some of that ahead of time and then going to borrowing it ourselves from basically the next disbursement.
Lawyers are people that would have been doctors, but they couldn't do it. So this is a math question. And it means that it's a question of the mechanics of it with regard to the budget. No, I don't think.
And it is a county department, and they are allocated those funds already. We give the allocation, to the Parks and Rec or to Eddie over at the Development Authority. So this would just be kind of like an advancement of a quarterly payment that we already give them, and then they'll pay us right back when they get the check.
That would be 3 weeks.
About 3 weeks, yeah.
3 weeks.
And we could certainly go through, the town of Munis requisition process and all of that, accountability.
So you don't have a problem with it. I just procedurally, I just was curious how we do this.
Yeah, like I can't just hand them a check. So what we'll do is I'll have the budget director enter that in as an advance requisition. It'll go through the approval process. So she'll enter it in, it'll come to me for approval. It'll go to Jackie and the county clerk's team for their approval, and then we can cut the check to them next week.
Does any of the commissioners have any objections to this process?
Well, I just want, sorry. I think this should not be habit forming. No, nobody wants it to be habit forming. So a one-time emergency transfer, pre-transfer of funds. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Yeah, we certainly don't want that to be a habit, Jane. Only because I understand, not having a CFO for 8 months and what kind of havoc that can wreak. So we're just trying to provide some support in this dark hour for them.
Yeah, the circumstances are that we had to secure the shelter property ahead of time out of operating funds with the promise that we were going to receive COVID funds from them. And then they're delayed on giving us that money. So it was a bit of if we didn't buy it, somebody else would have purchased that land, and then they would have owned awkwardly that one piece on the entire property that we're trying to secure for.
Is this
The whole
the space over behind the casino that I
Yes.
visited? Okay.
Yes, so that very front building right by the road had to be purchased. It was the only one that was for sale and could be bought by anyone. And so we had to secure that, and we had to secure it in time so that, because I'm applying for home art funds, which we're promised, we're told we're the only qualifying applicant, because you have to have residents living in it within 6 months of getting funded. So we're one of the only projects in the entire panhandle that qualifies for that stipulation. So that is due basically at the end of the month, the grant, and will be funded 2 or 3 weeks after that. So to have the property secured so that we can have the building, all the prep work done, so that that money, when it funds, we can immediately start building, so we can have it open in November for the cold weather shelter, required all this juggling. And so we had to give that money up ahead of time, and then they're just delayed. And I mean, they already had the big check ceremony 2 nights ago, and then said, oh, well, you'll get the check in 3 weeks.
I'm just trying to figure out, we're advancing 25,000. I'm just trying to simplicity for.
Yeah, for sure.
We're advancing 25,000 from a line item we've already allocated to community administrators.
Yeah, and they'll pay it right back.
Okay, so what's the city of Branson have to do with this?
They're gonna give us the money that we need instead of the 25. Like if we had their money, we wouldn't need the 25.
Okay,
Right.
all right.
Yeah.
So then that money can then be used for normal purposes down the road, because they're reimbursing it.
Okay, I just want clarity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Does
Thank
anybody
you
have
for
any,
that explanation. Yeah.
Thank you.
does anybody have any objections? Yes, you can proceed then.
Okay, I would, can you make a motion?
I'll move to proceed as suggested. We have a second.
Second, just clarity that advance $25,000 already budgeted for community administrators.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. And any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 4-0.
Thank you.
All right. We're gonna move to the regular public comment. And I don't have the list.
Oh, they took it from here.
Yeah. All right, Christine Marshall, I think she signed up for the wrong one. David Hack.
David Tabb, Jefferson County resident, and due to the time that took on the previous things, I will paraphrase what I have and cut my time short, which I normally don't do. It appears that the ESA Ambulance Service of Jefferson County does not really know who or what or how much has been charged for the services that they've rendered since the 1st of March. MCA has taken over the billing of GSA sometime in May, maybe. And there's no access to the MCA records except for possibly only the county administrator. I talked to MCA today, and there's some problems. So that's the billing firm that used to do all this stuff for the other ambulances and volunteer fire companies. Previously, the volunteer fire companies handled their ambulance services and made that information public, with the exception of HIPAA, which I'm saying that you guys should also do. I understand the county commission cannot respond at this time, but consider this an official request or FOIA of full disclosure on billing and procedures that the JCESA ambulance service has furnished since the 1st of March to date. Different subject matter under the Jefferson County Fair, requesting assistance of the ambulance service, and also Shepherd University and Jefferson County Schools. Haven't seen anything on the agenda that y'all can approve this. I still believe that you have to do that. You just can't do something unless they call 911. The Jefferson County has experienced the largest tax increase ever submitted to the taxpayers, with the emergency services having longer response times ever recorded, and the jurisdictions, outside jurisdictions of the county for emergency services needed is now at the highest rate of ever recorded. It appears the voters got what they wanted. So I guess you're doing a great job for them. It's hard to be safe with the current county commission. Appreciate your time.
Next is Ed Hannon.
Good evening, Ed Hannon, Charlestown. There was a discussion on EMS standbys at large events at the August 3rd County Commission meeting. Commissioner Stolliper mentioned a large concert at the south end of the county, stating only minor cuts and splinters from walking around without shoes at this event. In fact, this large event was held at the Stolliper farm. There were, in fact, several overdoses requiring transportation to the hospital, and one person even died in a tent at this event. This does not seem like minor cuts and bruises to me. The promoters knew this was a high-risk event requiring an EMS standby. The promoters approached JCSA to fill this need. JCSA evaluated this from an all-hazards professional approach. Several factors had to be evaluated. A high-speed train that carries hazardous materials was one of the access points to the Stolliper farm. Limited EMS resources and a lack of other core services resulted in JCSA not being able to provide adequate coverage for this event. The promoters then petitioned the county health department to sign off on this event utilizing only a private ambulance company to meet the EMS needs. This satisfied the county commissioners, who then gave approval for this event. This approach lacked the all hazards preparation for an event of this magnitude. Later in the JCSA report was a discussion on an agreement being made with Shepherdstown Fire Department by their second ambulance, allowing them to keep their name on the unit. Volunteers would be able to utilize this unit for standbys, 911 calls, and transport when needed, while the county would maintain stock, repair, and readiness of this unit. This is an outstanding concept, and I hope this is offered to all other departments in the county, or this may be viewed as just another good old boy deal that lacks the professionalism needed in developing a cohesive countywide approach to fire and EMS service delivery in Jefferson County. Thank you.
Next is William Lasket. William Lasket. Okay, not here. All right, that concludes our comment. We'll move on to finally, Mrs. Banks. Running slightly behind, only 2 hours, but we're here. It's outrageous.
Well, these are kind of boring compared to the earlier part of the meeting. Okay. I have about a dozen, and then I have one split ticket to do. Okay, this first one is in our 2023 personal property book, Charlestown District. The 2019 Cadillac was not leased July 1st of 2022. Assessed value $18,495. Tax amount $432.04. Applicant is A Car Leasing Ltd. Ticket number 304441.
Move to approve ticket number 304441.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried.
This one's in our 2022 personal property book. This taxpayer is located in the city of Charlestown. The taxpayer did not remove the 2014 Jeep Compass from his assessment form. Assessed value $4,100, tax amount $117. Applicant is Richard Alderson. ticket number 305057.
Move to approve ticket number 305057.
Second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
And this one's the same taxpayer. He actually has 4 years that we're doing an exoneration on, but then we fixed him up for new bills on a vehicle he didn't report that was newer. This one is in our 2021 personal property book, Charlestown Corp. Taxpayer did not remove the 2014 Jeep Compass. Assessed value $4,100, tax amount $120. Applicant is Richard Alderson, ticket number 305086.
Move to approve ticket number 305086.
Second.
Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2020 personal property book, Charlestown Corp. Taxpayer did not remove the 2014 Jeep Compass. Assessed value $5,100, tax amount $141. Applicant Richard Audison, ticket number 305164.
Move to approve ticket number 305164. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This is in our 2019 personal property book, Charlestown Corporation. Taxpayer did not remove his 2014 Jeep Compass from his assessment form. Assessed value $6,000, tax amount $168. Applicant Richard Audison, ticket number 30581.
Move to approve ticket number 30581. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries.
Okay, this one's in our 2023 personal property book, Charlestown District. Taxpayer reported the incorrect vehicle. They actually had a different one. So we are exonerating the 2015 GMC Terrain, assessed value $5,115, tax amount $119.48. Applicant is William Bell, ticket number 300592.
Move to approve ticket number 300592.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries.
This one's in our 2023 personal property book, Shepherdstown District. Taxpayer did not own the 2005 Chrysler, July 1st of 22. Assessed value $840, tax amount $19.62. Applicant is Lau Butts, ticket number 314982.
Move to approve ticket number 314982. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one's in our 2023 personal property book, Shepherdstown District. Applicant did not own the 2020 GMC, July 1st, 2022. Assessed value $23,085. Tax amount $539.27. Applicant is Anthony Canby, ticket number 314996.
Move to approve ticket number 314996. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries.
This one's in our 2023 personal property book, Charlestown District. The 2015 Honda Pilot was sold before July 1st, 2022, but was reported anyway. Assessed value $4,995. Tax amount $116.68. Applicant is Adrian Kessel, ticket number 302295.
Move to approve ticket number 302295.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries.
This is in our 2023 personal property book, Middleway District. Taxpayer did not remove the 2007 Buick, and he reported the wrong VIN number on his 2018 Nissan Sentra. So we ended up having to just fix up a new bill. Anyway, the assessed value is $8,580 for the two vehicles, tax amount $200.43. Applicant is Robert McPipe, ticket number 312218.
Move to approve ticket number 312228. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This one is in our 2023 personal property book, Shepherdstown District. The taxpayer erroneously reported the 2011 Chevy Cruze, assessed value $2,700, tax amount $63.08. Applicant is Tim Shanley, ticket number 316577.
Move to approve ticket number 316577.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries.
This is in our 2023 land book in the city of Ranson. The tax class was incorrect for the 2023 tax year. Tax amount is $2,468. Applicant is Patricia Sanderson, ticket number 24808.
Move to approve ticket number 24808.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
This is a split ticket due to a divorce. Rhonda Vickers, she was awarded the 2022 Mitsubishi Eclipse, assessed value $14,150, tax amount $397.50. She also got the 2015 Ford Escape, assessed value $5,850, tax amount $164.34. And she received the 2016 Ford Fusion, assessed value $7,515, tax amount $211.11. Her portion of the bill is $772.95. The second applicant is Donald Vickers. He received the 2015 GMC Arcadia, assessed value $10,485, tax amount $294.55. And the 2005 Suzuki, assessed value $540, tax amount $15.18. His portion of the bill is $309.73. The ticket number is 306173.
Move to approve ticket number 306173.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carries.
And that is all of them. Nathan, do I need to stay for the, are y'all gonna discuss? Okay, all right, just all that is.
All right, move to agenda item number 4, Tom Hanson. Tom Bales.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners. One item on the agenda today, or evening. Last week you approved them moving a full-time bailiff out of the courts and into my office to be a process server and transport department. I'm here today to fill that void or that open position into the courts as a full-time bailiff. The individual is already a part-time employee. His name is Cormac Quinn. He'll go to 80-hour position at $17 an hour. He'll start Monday as a full-time person. Move to approve full-time position for Cormac Quinn, $17 an hour, start date. Cormac Quinn. Yes, CORMAC QUINN. His hourly rate is $17 an hour. He'll start Monday, which is, so we have, that is 21st, August 21st.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good evening. Let me see. Agenda item number 5, interviews, appointments for Jefferson County Sheriff Civil Service Commission. We had one applicant. Did he show? I haven't seen it. Okay. All right. We'll move on to agenda item number 6. Here, or release.
Obviously, we're not Roger Goodman. It takes two of us to fill the shoes.
How about planning?
Engineering and planning and zoning.
There you go.
We have two bond release requests before you this evening. The first one is for a partial release of letter of credit 522022 for RTD Properties, Lot 29 Burr Business Park. And they are getting a partial release of $100,000 down to $69,880.
I'll move to approve the partial release of letter of credit 522022 for RT Properties LLC for lot 29 purpose or file 222-10
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Carried.
And the second request is also a partial release of letter of credit 521525 for Fellowship Bible Church, Phase 1B and 1D. They are getting a release of $251,219.
I'll move to approve the partial release of letter of credit 521525 for Fellowship Bible Church Phase 1B and 1D, file dash 19-6-SP.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Mr. Stoliper, may I trouble you for a signature?
Absolutely.
And then just move it out of your hair.
And fall asleep on the side of the street. Thank you. Right, move on to agenda item number 7, Luke, County Planner. Comprehensive plan update.
Yes, it is time for our quarterly report, and to spice it up in the middle of the evening, I'd like to start off with this. We have some lovely stickers. I don't know if Nathan loves it as well, but something to remind everyone that we have our comprehensive plan update going on. This is our third quarterly, I guess technically our second quarterly report, but the third time I brought something for you for this. I'd like to start off with the events we have coming up for the next, say, quarter, as we've been calling it. We have the agricultural input meeting is something Planning Commission decided to host. It's a deviation from our previous schedule, but they wanted to reach out to that community specifically on September 13th at Washington High School. That will again be from 7 to 9. That'll be specifically focusing on the agricultural issues within the community. We're going to have them look at our goals and propose relevant objectives to put into the comprehensive plan. That'll toggle in very nicely into September 18th. We will be hosting the second public input meeting at Jefferson High School, also from 7 to 9. What we're going to be doing as a format, we will be showing them the draft goals that Planning Commission will be working on at that point, and then have participants write out objectives relevant to those goals and get as direct public input as feasibly possible. We're going to then talk through some of those objectives, and that is all working as a basis for Planning Commission to be finalizing these goals and objectives, which based on the last time I was here, will lead into the joint meeting for the Planning Commission and County Commission on October 5th to basically approve our current draft goals and objectives. So that is what we are doing for this next quarter, and this is how we got there. I also wanted to take a brief diversion and say we have 2 interns who've been working very hard for us this summer. They've been very dedicated, coming in every day and also staying for our work sessions. Shenandoah Regal and Joe Gutman will be leaving us at the end of this month. I just want to take a second to say they've done a great job doing different work, including making some of the maps for us and doing the analysis of our goals and objectives survey, which I'd like to move next to. If you're following along in your packets, I'm a very visual person, so I've got a couple of graphics that make it a little bit easier to say find and see summaries of what we had during these different events. The first one we have, and you can find this in the little middle here, this was from the first public input meeting. They were specifically looking at our SWOT analysis, and the 4 big takeaways that we got from that is an appreciation for the natural beauty of the county, especially that open space, a very strong sentiment against heavy industry in the county, both existing and potential future, a mixture of concerns and acknowledgement of the growth that the county is seeing, mostly as a spillover effect from just being in the greater Washington metropolitan area. And then infrastructure, of course, came up a lot from a mixture of, say, a quality standpoint and a quantity standpoint. You can take that from a lot of different angles.
If I were to sum up what we heard in this meeting in a single word, it would be sprawl. That's a major concern, and how we deal with that as a community was one of the main things as a takeaway we got from that. Now, our goals and objectives survey. This had 11,000, I'm saying that wrong, 1,158 responses, both written and online. So we had a great turnout rate for that. And I have a full breakdown, which was prepared by our interns and by myself. If you'd like to see that, I can also go into a fuller presentation if you would like at a later date. But I have here a summary, essentially, of some of the top things that I wanted to bring up as important for our purposes. First off is the housing. This question was just phrased around the fact of what type of new housing would you like to see in the community, considering we have a lot of buildable lots available, just what type, and get a better understanding of what is actually desired. Our survey generally did come from the residents, and when I say generally, I mean I think 95% of respondents. There's a couple outliers who say work in the county, but don't live in here, such as myself. We have a large preference. 52% of respondents say they wanted to see single-family detached dwellings. What's far more interesting is the age-restricted or the senior living communities, which had 45% of respondents mention that that is something they want to see in the county. Respondents could have chosen 3 of our 8 different options, or I think it might have been 9. That's why you see percentages presented like this. And then after that, you see essentially a grouping of respondents who went, I want to see small apartment buildings. I think we phrased it as like low-rise small apartment buildings, affordable homes, and townhomes. And those all came in with about 20, 22, and 25% of respondents.
I do have a question. So age restricted, you're talking about 55+ communities, or what are you?
Hypothetically, that is what it is. When we wrote it down, we said age restricted senior living communities, and because this is what responses they gave, that is how the respondents would have taken that question and how they would have seen that label. I think the common parlance with that would be 55+. Because it's not actually specifically saying nursing home, it really is just say age restricted or 55+ is a fairly good example of that. All right, holds weird. Next up, this is more of a very interesting note. We had 35% of respondents, and that's to say while respondents skewed a little bit older, a little bit more, say, employed in a little bit like slightly above the median average income of the county, we still see 35% of the county commutes to work or to school, typically to work. And that is not necessarily a big surprise to anyone, but just the data behind it was very interesting, where we see 14% of the entire county going to work into the DC or inner suburban areas, with, we'll say, about 20% in our surrounding region, surrounding counties and such. I wanted to point that out because there is a lot of that. When we talk about infrastructure and transportation, this is why it matters. Next up, we have the overall satisfaction or quality of life. We phrase the question a little bit differently, but essentially breaking it into 4. Are you very satisfied, satisfied, dissatisfied, or very dissatisfied, which is a typical question asked of the top 50 metropolitan areas in the US. And our average is 2 percentage points less than the national average, which is very good. People are overall satisfied. Nothing's perfect, but we're still seeing high satisfaction with living in Jefferson County, which is great to see. Next is a lot more complicated. We have various statements written out, and it's phrased over, do you agree or disagree? And if you look at the numbers, the darker the blue highlighted is the amount of interest in that statement. It's best to think about it as a GPA score going from 4 to 0. One of our interns is a teacher, so I think he just found that a very convenient way to phrase that around. But the extract that I wrote at the top were response from most interested in actively protecting the watersheds, retaining the rural and small town character, and they do not want to necessarily see agricultural land developed for commercial growth. And we also saw some bits about affordable housing, and that pops into the top 2 there. So I wanted to mention those as well. All right, next, I want to be very clear. The community is not a monolith. This is us doing summaries and doing our best with a mixture of, say, data analysis and other techniques to go, this is what we generally heard from our 3 open responses. And we start off with not liked. Hopefully this really does boil down from the top. When we talk about this poor infrastructure development, this goes directly back into the comments about sprawl and seeing a lot of growth in the county. A lot of residents are concerned about, say, connection of either utilities, electric, and the roads in particular, traffic, and you can extend this to schooling as well. Those are a lot of the responses we heard. When I say have not liked is the expansion of heavy industry, the question is around what has happened in the last 20 years you have not liked. The expansion of heavy industry came up as probably one of our most prominent answers. We also had loss of open space come up a great deal. This is normally about preserving farmland and losing it to, say, different types of developments. There were comments about solar farms as well. The lack of local government transparency, that one was a little bit trickier. That is grouping together several different things from both planning processes, decision-making, various other comments, impact fees. I also added in here to basically sum up what could be described as transparency concerns. A lot of this I will mention, these are open comments. These are not, say, weighted. I did not weight these statistically. These are just a generalization of some of what we heard. And then housing in the community, we have a lot of complaints. So a lot of housing coming in, say, luxury townhomes. I saw more than I expected was comments about the aesthetics of new developments, as well as the lack of affordable housing, which I've mentioned before, and townhouses having an interesting reputation that kind of goes back and forth. And something I very much want to highlight is the effect of tourism and short-term rentals on both the rental and the housing markets. This is something that a lot of communities, most communities are seeing around, well, frankly, the world. You can track this data in a lot of different ways. The data on rural communities is a lot more complicated to look at. If I was comparing, say, Washington, Chicago, there's a lot more data, but just we have to go a little bit more anecdotal when we talk about short-term rentals in our community. So I wanted to mention this as well, as it came up a great deal. My personal favorite comment and things that were not liked was someone who just responded, nah, it's all good. Very simple, gotta respect it. All right, next up, are there any specific changes that you have liked in the last 20 years? Community development, I know this looks like infrastructure in a lot of ways it is, but the broadband specifically was brought up a great deal, as well as the Agricultural Innovation Center at Shepherd. And then the expansion of Route 9. I saw that a surprising amount, so wanted to highlight that a little bit. New businesses, a lot of them were mentioning local businesses specifically, was really a positive growth in that regard. Then we have parks and trails. They talked a lot about the amenities and of course, opening the AMP at Sam Michaels. I understand that we are all now missing out on some live music, but glad to have you here nonetheless. Community events and festivals. This is very much me trying to shove two kind of different things into the same category, but they mentioned farmers markets. We had different festivals coming up, such as our fair and festival that are coming up on Saturday and the following weekend, cultural and community events, and then the theater festival. It's a bunch of different disparate things, but there are amenities and really cool cultural things happening inside the county. And then last, we have historic preservation. This should be taken two ways, is that respondents were liking preservation efforts that have taken place and an aspiration to see more of it. So these aren't necessarily, this has all been good, but this is what they also want to see. This one needs to be seen in that light as well. Oh, and revitalization of downtown areas and keeping those downtown businesses, specifically saying the towns were mentioned a fair bit. Want to highlight that as well. Are there any questions so far?
Yes, so as far as the businesses, was there any opportunity to elaborate? Like what's come here that they've liked in the past 20 years?
Are you asking, say, specifically, have they highlighted a certain business?
Like, yes.
I couldn't say a specific anecdote of, I like to see this business. Some of them were a lot more, say, specific with bigger businesses. I think I saw, and this is just an anecdotal example, I'm not looking at the data right now, that I think two people mentioned that Home Depot had come in and it made that a little bit more accessible for them. I think, and bearing in mind, the farmers market was a little bit different, but say specific farmers markets were brought up. I think there may have been a few local businesses brought up specifically, but this is very much an amalgam.
Okay.
So yeah, some of them, when I say those local businesses, I think a lot of those comments specifically spoke to, say, Shepherdstown businesses and Charlestown Ranson ones, mostly because there may have been just fewer respondents in Harpers Ferry and Bolivar. but I think that's where a lot of those comments came from.
Okay, thank you.
Of course. Any other questions? All right. And our final open response one I wanted to spend a little bit more time with is general comments and suggestions. So this is not a strictly positive or negative duality. There's a lot of both going on here. I think the first 5, I think I try to concentrate the most common, and then the second 5, we got still a great number of responses on. Preserving the rural character of the community, infrastructure and services, affordable housing, easily our top 3. With one exception, because people generally brought up, say, the heavy industry prior to this question, but those top 3 are like suggestions that they wanted to mention above all. Education, generally brought up in terms of needing investments into our education system around, say, surrounding counties. Economic development, a lot about attracting businesses and high quality jobs, stuff we discussed prior. Community engagement and transparency connects very well to one of the earlier comments about the not liked. Recreation and amenities, very connected to one of the things that was liked. Tourism had a very difficult thing, both in the comments about, say, traffic coming in, economic opportunities, using heritage tourism and seeing different tourism opportunities come in. That one's very complicated with a lot of different back and forth comments about short-term rentals being not necessarily a great thing, but say certain hotels being a different comment. So that's a very difficult thing. Then this is my best attempt at a summary of that. Environmental conservation took a bunch of different forms, from comments about the watershed, which are very popular, as well. We've heard a lot from our stakeholders about. And generally, say, green initiatives were brought up in bits and pieces. Quality of life and safety I wanted to end on, because there were comments about, say, the medical facilities and their current capacity. And general quality of life improvements is my best way of putting. Some people mentioned sidewalks, and other people mentioned interconnectivity, and some people mentioned activities for kids and such. I also probably could find recreation amenities. Wanted to remember that is families actually having access to different things to do. Didn't want to forget that note. But that is our general summary. I can go into greater detail with a little bit more prep time and say some other stuff, but those I think are the most important. I wanted again to bring this all up before we go into approving the goals and objectives on October 5th. County Commission has also called 2 additional meetings for us to get those all laid out, and staff is very excited to be doing all that extra time, making sure these are as ready as possible. And I think that's all I had. Last minor notes is we will be at the county fair from Monday to Friday, and this Saturday I will be at the festival in downtown Charlestown. Are there any other questions, any other comments, something you guys will be looking for next time we have a quarterly report?
Sorry. I'm just wondering if you've already closed the survey, correct?
Yes.
Because I don't know, 1,158 respondents. I know it sounds good. It might be better than what you had before, but out of about 60,000 residents, it's low. So I was just wondering if there was still opportunity for people coming through the fair or at that festival to provide input.
Not to this survey. It was open a month as it was last time. We actually got a much higher response, I think. I don't believe it was as pushed in the prior survey. I believe we got 80 responses to the survey in 2014. By general, say, national standards, I'm very happy with the response rate we got. Don't get me wrong, I would prefer to have 57,000 people responded, but I'll take what I can get. In that tone, at the county fair and the festival, we will have opportunities for public input. It is not going to be as extensive as a survey. What we're going to be doing is we're going to have essentially a diagram of different land uses with associated pictures and statements, something of a very small, minimalistic, choose your own adventure, give people a note card. What do you want to see? Why did you pick this growth that you want to see or don't want to see in Jefferson County? And that planning through storytelling has been very prominent in the, say, the APA or the field recently. And those quotes can be, well, frankly, tell a lot more, which is why we want to say graphics and focusing more on photos than just sending you bland numbers. So that's the avenue of both public input and a minor degree of education on our part as to what planning and zoning does in the county and how we can actually provide feedback on that. And of course, we've got input meetings coming up and then the land use survey in October as well.
I do have one quick question. When you're doing the survey, is there a way to tell, like, preserving rural character was came up a lot. Is there any way to tell how many people who chose to preserve the rural character or actually farmers? Or was it broken down that way?
We did not ask respondents the occupation, so no.
Okay. I just found it odd that, you know, I think when we do this at the meeting and that's on September 13th, I think we'll have a big response or the opposite response, I should say, from this. So as far as the preserving a rural character, it seems like everybody wants to preserve a farm and somebody lives in a townhouse. So that's just my opinion.
I have somewhere on my desk a Post-it note floating around. Ask Planning Commission, do they want to identify people involved in the agricultural community or not at that meeting? So I think we'll discuss ways to do so at our next meeting on the 29th.
Okay, sure, no problem. Thank you. Do I have any?
No, sir, I just wanted to thank you very much. I appreciate your positive, upbeat attitude.
I do my best to set it up for wonderful people who are behind me, whose names I definitely make a note of. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're moving on. Mike Science, right?
Good evening, everybody. I'm not sure, I think everybody's met John. This is John Lyons, he's my captain, my operations commander. So you may see him from time to time if I can't make it to the meeting, or he may just come along with me as he's done tonight. Just a few items we have tonight. I guess number one would be the use agreement as related to the potential purchase of the Shepherdstown ambulance project. I've talked about many times. We originally intended on trying to purchase that and the Middleway ambulance because they do have still an adequate or a significant amount of EMS responders and a rapid responder presence. So I felt that though we don't have the budget to put staffing in those stations, if we could keep those units available to the community because of their activity level, that would be a good Band-Aid per se to keep us moving along and provide service. Middleway, of course, because this process has taken so long, they've had a buyer that came along and purchased their unit. Shepherdstown's still hanging in there, hoping that we can come together with an agreement. We have this use agreement that kind of spells out. I made an offer to Shepherdstown as we were trying to come together in this transition of what they would need to use a unit for, what they would like if they could maintain the use of a unit, even if we purchased it, if we come to an agreement. We've ironed out something I think looks pretty good. It would bring the unit in under our ownership, our licensing, billing would happen through us, all the things we normally do. It would be our reserve unit for that station, which we currently do not have, significantly because they wanted to maintain that unit for standbys, fairs, festivals, which is part of this use agreement. So there's no space in their building to house a reserve unit. And with its distance from Charlestown, makes it a little harder if a unit wasn't to start in the middle of the night. So then it takes longer to get a unit there. If we have the reserve there, obviously the crew can hop in the backup unit and take it immediately. It also gives the volunteers that are there the opportunity. If our crew is out on a primary call and there's another call right in Shepherdstown and they have personnel around, they can utilize that unit and perform transport and get service to the community where it would take a little longer. We do move a unit up to Carneysville to stage when our primary unit is out in Shepherdstown to at least cut the response time in half. But I think this will go a long way. They're very active along with Middleway with, the fairs, festivals, standbys, the community events, public education. So really just trying to continue a partnership here that we're moving forward with the volunteers. We have, some people think we have quite a few units, but they're not all very, very new, and frequent times they're in the shop. Several times we've come to a point where we had no backup units. We don't have the steady flow in our budget to put staffing in extra units, but we need to have enough units on the street to operate if we have breakdowns.
Can I interrupt you
Sure.
quickly?
Yeah, anytime.
Did I hear you correctly say that volunteers would be able to use this?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had we had a great discussion with some of the chiefs the other day, and it went very well. Okay.
So I have some questions.
Sure.
Pertaining to this, and I don't know that I'm ready to act on actually entering into agreement to purchase another ambulance yet.
Well, this would be, not to interrupt you, but this would be, we have to finalize this before we could even really talk about the purchase. So they want to make sure they can be able to use it, what they can before we,
Right.
yeah.
But I mean,
Sure.
what I would like to see, which we haven't seen yet, is an account of ARPA funds, what we have remaining in that, where we've been using those funds to purchase this apparatus.
I think we discussed that a couple meetings ago. We were like
Yeah,
right
we
around
did.
1.5 million, I believe.
And the ambulance is actually less than what.
Okay, well, I'd just like to see an update.
Sure.
We've spent on that so far, capital update.
Mhm.
We've had 2 ambulances recently, with mechanical problems that have been out of service. Has this one been reviewed for any potential issues or to value what it is worth?
It is a twin to the other unit with similar mileage that we purchased from Shepherdstown. I could get an appraisal for this unit, but I feel that it being that it is a twin, they were purchased identical time, been serviced by the same people, owned by Shepherdstown through its entirety. Its condition is identical to the unit we purchased from them.
I guess my concern is spending the money packaged.
Oh, obviously,
and then
yes.
There's repairs and things that take us down. So I would just
Generally,
like to
we
make sure-
we weren't able to do any type of inspection on those before we purchased them. We did them, we on good faith, we purchased those units as being in good running condition, and we sent them to service. We did appraisals, yeah.
Yeah, I would like that to
Sure.
kind of understand. And then I would like to see a lifespan of our current fleet and what a replacement plan would look like before. I mean, I understand we have 10, but the new ambulance.
The new one, it'll arrive next
We
week.
have 10, and I understand having the backup units. But we continue to purchase equipment, and our biggest problem is staffing.
Well, we're trying to use this to make sure that the volunteers in that station can still utilize it. In addition, purchasing replacement units is currently on a 2 to 3 year from the time you sign a contract. So we're still recovering from COVID and supply chain, obviously backups, but
I would just like some surety and some things answered before.
sure.
Well, I think we're kind of a little bit digressed because the MOU itself is just our agreement. We're not asking to,
Yeah.
purchase the ambulance.
Yeah, the use agreement is basically just the starter to, once we've agreed that if we were to come to an agreement to purchase it, we already have a formal understanding that they can do this with it. We're going to do this,
I know. I'm
Okay,
understanding.
okay.
With
Yeah.
the use agreement is kind of like telling them our intent is to purchase that. That's how I'm seeing it, because they're going to be expecting us to purchase that. Just like some
Sure.
information on that before we make that decision. I understand where you're coming from. This is just a use agreement, but if we enter into a use agreement with them and approve, they're going to be expecting us to purchase that.
I don't think, we don't have to purchase it.
No, we don't. We could certainly back out because of
We can back up if
a defect or.
a defect or whatever we find. I think we're getting, this is MOU. You're talking about MOU and a purchase agreement. They're 2 separate things.
This is a use agreement.
Yeah, this is the use agreement. The MOU with the volunteer departments is the other line item. Yeah. No. It's
Yeah,
okay.
this is just a use agreement if we call it. It's not, it doesn't obligate us to buy it. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like Shepherdstown wants to know if this is going to be, we agree to this, so they'll agree to sell.
Yeah, they're not interested in really discussing the purchase until they have assurances that they would be able to use it for the things they need to use it for.
And I think Commissioner, I'll speak to this too, as the fire liaison. that it's been a very bumpy road to bring us to the point where, we have established really great relationships with Jefferson County. And, just last week, Mike and I had a great conversation that has just really propelled us forward, to just really pull in that public cooperation and community engagement.
Is there an opt-out in the use agreement? That if we find something, is there anything that says?
Well, because there's nothing in there that commits us to purchasing the unit. It is just fully explains what the usage would be if we owned the unit and allowed them to use it.
So essentially, if we don't purchase a unit, the use agreement, it's not voting. It's not worth the ink.
But I guess I'm asking this out there. I just don't want to set the expectation
No.
of them that we're entering this use agreement. It is a step in the direction of purchasing this.
Well, we hope it is, but
I mean, we could certainly have a motion to approve the agreement upon adding an opt-out.
yeah.
Just so we're clear,
If we don't
because
purchase the unit. I was thinking too.
I'm sure.
Nathan,
it
is that-
doesn't permit us
is
to
that
purchase
something
anything.
simple?
That's something needs.
Yeah,
That is a really great point.
yeah, no, you're right.
No, I'm fine with that.
I'll make a motion to approve the use agreement for the potential purchase of Jefferson County 831. With an opt-out clause, if we don't purchase, if we find, how do you want to say it? If you find a flaw with the unit.
If there's a reason we
Yeah,
just
just,
not to.
yeah, for whatever reason we do not purchase it, the use agreement's null and void.
It's on, yes. There you go.
We'll make it.
Yes.
A second.
All right, we have a motion and second on the floor. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion carries 4-0.
All right, next is the MOU we've been working on for quite some time now. It is the updated agreement between Jefferson County, the Emergency Services Agency, and the 7 volunteer fire departments. It's gone back and forth many times. Nathan's worked on it quite a bit. The Volunteer Fire and Rescue Association and the companies, we feel sounds good to all parties. Nathan's made sure all the legal and liability insurance stuff is in there and that is appropriate. I've got signatures from all 7 companies already. So we're just waiting approval and signature from you guys.
Okay. I've read it. Does anybody have any questions? I'm pretty good.
Yeah, I apologize for not having these the last meeting.
I'll move to approve the MOU with Jefferson County Volunteer Fire Departments. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
She's fading.
You're fading, Jane.
Yes, I am fading.
All right, next item is an employee. I'd like to move from part-time to full-time to fill a vacancy in an EMT position. Ronnie Schutz is a current part-time employee as a firefighter 1. He's been on with us. He's still in his probationary period, but he has significant experience and he's been involved in our system for quite many years. So he wants to come on full-time and we're glad to have him. So I'd like to see him come on. He will start out as a firefighter EMT 1. This will full-time. This is to fill a vacancy. He will be effective 8/13/23. His rate will remain 1967, which is he's making now. Like we've done with the others, upon completion of his introductory period and meeting requirements of AP 1060, he is qualified to receive the promotion to firefighter EMT 3. And his new pay rate at that time would be $20.67 an hour, and that would be effective on 12/3/23.
I'll move to approve transfer of Ronnie Schutz for part-time firefighter EMT 1 to full-time firefighter EMT 1. That's the date 8/13/23. Rate is $19.67 per hour. On the completion of introductory period, meeting the requirements at AP 60, he will receive a promotion to firefighter EMT 3 with a due pay rate of $20.07. Be effective 12/3/2023.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
All right, that leaves us just an update with just 4 paramedic positions remaining. Those are the ones that get the lieutenants out of the ambulances and into a field supervisory position and 3 EMT.
3 EMT.
Yeah, 3 EMT positions for our 12-hour truck. Difficulty finding people that like that shift, but we keep moving. So the last item, something that came up over the last week and a half. It is there. We have Wi-Fi modems that are separate from our heart monitors. They obviously they transmit the EKGs that we take to the hospital to our charting software, transmits the vitals. These machines do not, the current machines that we have do not have built-in Wi-Fi modems, so this is an external unit. Several years ago, departments, I remember I was involved in the EMS at Friendship. We were notified that these modems were becoming end of life, that they were still supported. So there was a time coming up where they would no longer get updates and function. We had an issue that we were working on. John and Firefighter Clough were working on that, tried to push through an update. We got it, but at that time, we were informed that come September 5th, these items will no longer function. There was no other 90-day warning, 6-month warning. And obviously this is through Stryker. We've had, many times we've purchased cots from them. We've been in constant communication. So that was something we were quite unaware of that was happening in September. So the 12 units, they're each priced. I did forget to include the invoice with your packet. I have the quote here from Stryker. Each unit's $996.13. So a total of 12 units. It's $11,953.56.
It's in here.
Oh, is it? Do you have it? I couldn't find it in my email or was an attachment, so I'm sorry. Yeah. So something we kind of unfortunately need.
I think it's.
Yeah, it is late.
It certainly says it's mission critical, and I move the motion to approve the Wi-Fi modem that transmit the EKGs to the hospitals. The total, how many is it?
12.
12 of them, and pay the invoice of $11,953.56.
Yes.
This money will be pulled out of.
It'll be the
ARPA.
yes.
It'll be from ARPA. Any discussion?
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
How long do you anticipate these new ones? What kind of a life do they have?
They will reach the lifespan of our monitors, I believe.
The current monitors that we have were purchased, I believe, in 2014. Is the thing sport, Rich?
10 years.
We actually just met with a Stryker rep yesterday, and we were talking about it. And we've had them since. And this just kind of, we were pushing these updates, and the email actually said that they were compatible, and Rich called Stryker and they're like, they're not. It's a security update that's blocked.
So what's the expected lifespan of our LifePak 15s still?
We're looking probably at least another 2 to 4 years for life expectancy for the cardiac monitor.
For these that we're looking at.
The cardiac monitor.
The monitor that uses
These
this.
will last longer than the cardiac monitor.
Yeah, the monitors will last longer than
So if
the
you
units
come
become.
to a point where the monitors, the new monitors, you will these, I suppose?
Not sure. Are they built in now?
Stryker is in development of a new cardiac monitor, and the one we currently have will become obsolete at that time. Nobody knows what's coming in.
Yeah, the new one could have built in.
Compatible, they might come built in.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any further discussion? You said it.
I did.
Okay, make sure we had a second. All in favor, say aye. It's getting late. All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Motion carries 4-0.
All right. We don't have anything else in here. Would you guys like an update on the EMS standby stuff, or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. John's taking it over for me, so I'll let him.
Oh, John, before you begin, that all the correspondence that we had talked about last meeting is now online.
Thank you.
So we have a signed contract from Jefferson County School Board to provide an ALS dedicated unit to all varsity level football games. We're already in the process of scheduling those to get personnel. They've also requested rapid response units from volunteer departments. I've spoke with
both Chief Demerit and Chief Newt. They provide that at no cost. That's what the school board's requesting. The school board knows the cost. We've estimated quotes so that way they have an idea to take back to Board of Education. They have their approval that side. The fair is signed, and I'm happy to report. I believe we're covering 6 or 7 shifts with career personnel. The rest is going to be covered by volunteer personnel. The volunteers are both Middleway and Shepherdstown. They rocked it, and the JCSA paid staff is covering very minimal openings. I believe it's 2 days. A little change that they had this year, they did request ALS dedicated units Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday night. That was kind of a surprise to all of us because that's not what they had, but it was what their contract and what they requested. We're going to provide that. So those are the 2 contracts we have currently signed, and we're ready to go.
Good job. Thank you.
Well,
Everybody happy.
No problem.
Mike, I drafted that clause and sent it to you.
Oh, excellent. Sure.
Any, Rob?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're distracted.
Jefferson County Commission reserves the right to discontinue this use of null and void.
I'm so hungry. I'm so neither. I'm hungry. Oh.
I'll choose some. Like, not just that they don't show up, we.
Just kidding.
Not. You get it, yeah.
Do you have anything that you can talk about?
I do. I do. My item number 9, report by counsel in the United States District Court case 323 CD 171. I'm just going to just inform you, this is the lawsuit that was filed really against the Planning Commission, but I think that the company that filed it was attorneys mostly located somewhere else. And I think they were just trying to be thorough, but they also didn't keep the Planning Commission. And it involves the Planning Commission's denial of a cell tower on the Shenandoah. So they're suing really the Planning Commission because they named you. If you want to know more about it, I'm happy to tell you about it. But it's certainly some problem with this. Then I have a couple of other things that we need to discuss. Before I forget, Commissioner Kraft, would you send me the ethics opinion that you said that you received from? Is it from the ethics committee?
Yes, yes. Kimberly
Please
Weber.
send me a copy of that.
I certainly will.
Okay. So I have issues to discuss with you regarding my item number B related to these solar cases. I'm not going to read all that. E is a case that involved an employment law suit against the county that we have resolved. I had a couple of questions that I have to ask you about part of the agreement to resolve the case. And since that's a part of litigation, I think we should do that in executive session. And then item number F is a discussion of minor boundary issue between Berkeley and Jefferson County. I have, again, because that could potentially involve some liability or litigation regarding the county commission. That's that briefly in executive.
So B, E, and F.
B is in Baker, E and F.
I'll move that we go in executive session to receive legal advice or under agenda item 9B, 9E, and 9F.
Second.
Any discussion? Say aye. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Jane, can you give me a call?
Okay, Commissioner Tab, I our counsel that has helped us with the solar cases, Will Warbaugh, is going to be calling in. And I think that because we're going to have a couple people.
I can't hear what Nathan is saying. They've shut everything off, so.
Sorry, go ahead. I'm going to text you some information about calling in. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, I'll send you a text in just a second.
Hi, Commissioner Kevin Nathan.
Yeah, I was just calling in the meeting room. I didn't receive any other information.
Yeah, I am texting it to you right now. Okay, so then you'll have to call back to that number. Okay.
You texting it on my cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll see if I get it.
Okay. Bye.
I'm not doing that, Laura Coons.
They have nothing to do with check them out, right?
Did you show that? Like,
Yeah.
Not.
I'm looking up the agenda.
Okay, the sound is back on. Well, sound's the most critical, all right, so, I mean, camera, not getting it wrong.
Is there any way to see if anybody's?
I am
She's got
talking,
somebody
yeah, on the outside. They can hear us now, but they just, there's no, camera's not there. Coupled together. We have audio, just
Okay.
not video.
It's acceptable to me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, then you're going.
That's fine. This late hour, you know, I'm not looking at pretty anyway, so that'd be,
Well, speak for yourself.
yeah.
You look fabulous.
All right, maybe till we come out of executive session. Any discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. All right, we don't have any motions coming out of executive session. I'm gonna turn it over to our county manager.
Okay, I was gonna skip most of my stuff. So the state budget revision we can scratch because I don't have that ready yet. In your packet, there is the updated job description that I provided for the GIS Tyler Tech Administrator. So if you guys could just review that, I will probably ask for a motion next commission's meeting to approve that and talk to the interested staff person if there's no issues. There is an internal budget transfer that I would ask for approval of. It's budget neutral, and it was just an administrative error. We are moving money from salary and wage into part-time help. Or part-time help to, what is the language? Transferring from Fund 4103 to 41802, which is part-time extra help. And we're just doing that because Roger has some interns, and he was paying them out of the regular fund, and we shouldn't technically do that, so we're moving it back into that.
Okay. Do you need a motion for that?
Yes.
Um,
The motion to approve the internal budget revision for planning and zoning to transfer funds from 440-4103 in the amount of $14,000 to 440-41802.
so moved. Is there a second? Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 4-0.
And then just as an update very quickly, we are finalizing the bank transitions for ESA, and Commissioner Jackson kind of educated me a little bit on that. And I have been on the accounts during the transition for the signing of like paychecks and stuff, but I'm going to move forward and make sure that the sheriff, the county clerk, and then the president commissioner will be on moving forward. So I will have that documentation for next year.
And it's just initial cards.
Yes, definition.
Anything else? If anything else needs to come before the commission tonight?
Yeah.
All right, if there are any objections.
That's a wrap.
Bye, Jane.